Alright, back on track. Back on track. Now, let me just make sure about something here. It's only been 2 days, but my memory is sluggish. Let me see if I remember what I did right. Yes, we are now a Jedi Master. Right. We did that. Was there something else I'm forgetting? No, I think that was the only thing I thought I was going to forget to do, which is why I did it right at the end. That makes sense. Right. We explored this whole place, we got Disciple, and all that's left is to take a look at this whole area back here. Yeah, that's what was going on. That's what's up. I keep saying that I'm gonna look for a way to get rid of the speed blur, but I never do. I swear every time I do, I end up getting distracted by something. What's going on here? We got a hidden container that looks like it's almost completely destroyed. There's a robe in here. A Bothan droid disruptor. Part Solace's crystal. Something from the Saber mod. What's this? This force ghost suddenly appears before you. You're speechless as the ghost stares morosely at you. You feel an intense tickling in your stomach and a tugging at your very soul, and for a moment you feel very uncertain, and the text went by too fast. Relief washes over you, and you have a keen sense that the spirit is actually wishing you well. You feel bewildered but intrigued. You have many questions. You feel as if you want to know what it was like here in the fateful day. But then, just as soon as it appeared, the spirit fades away into the Force. Interesting. Because I didn't come here first with the other character I was messing around with, so I had a lightsaber made when I first came here. Yeah, there are a couple of unique lightsaber crystals that make specific blades. And if you have made a lightsaber when you find them, then you get a completed lightsaber. We just got the crystal because we haven't made a lightsaber yet. Makes sense.
Fallen.
Uh-oh.
Let us end this.
It's an ambush.
Take him down. Let me handle this.
Kreia, you're hitting the remote.
I will silence this one.
Rude. Wait, it's still sparking. At least I thought she was the one hitting it.
My leg Rex! You've killed him! They're my pets!
Are you the feet of the thief Sulru is complaining about?
I'm not a thief! People give to the Jedi in exchange for service. They were just giving.
Yeah, your pets are killing people.
They only attack the bad people. The salvagers, the thieves. This place is for Jedi. They aren't Jedi, they have to leave.
And you have a connection to the Force.
I am a Padawan, and one day I will learn enough to be a Jedi.
How did a Padawan wind up here? At a Jedi Academy, no less. Unheard of!
I was studying here when Darth Malak and the Sith came. I was outside the Enclave when my master left me at the Madalay estate. Shen protected me. But the Sith came asking questions. All the Madalays died. But I hid. Even when the estate was burning, I hid. So I hide. I'm hiding until my master returns.
It's pronounced Matale. These are difficult times. I was a Jedi once as well.
You were? I had no idea. You aren't anymore? Are there any Jedi left?
Yeah, they're around, hiding.
They're like me. I thought I was alone. Are there any masters?
There's no one left to teach anywhere.
But what should I do? I just don't know what I should do.
Forge your own path, free of the rules.
There was just no one else to talk to. It's been so hard. But just knowing I'm not alone, there are others like me. It may be enough.
Yeah, about the stealing.
I know that was wrong. I'll stop. I was just trying to get enough credits to eat. But I'll think of something else. Something that doesn't hurt anyone.
I'm a Jedi and could use any artifacts you found.
I found some things. I don't know how to use them. Here, you can have them. I had a holocron, but it said terrible things. I threw it far away.
What did it say?
It told me the Jedi were no more, that I needed to survive and do anything to protect my home.
Listen to your master's lessons. Was it a Sith holocron? They can be dangerous.
They're a bad holocron? I thought it was a dead Jedi Master trying to help me. He sounded so reasonable.
Yeah, listen to your master's lessons, not the holocron.
The holocron was more forceful the longer I learned. It frightened me.
Where is it now?
I threw it into the ruins. I went back to find it, but the salvager stole it. It was my only teacher.
What is wrong with her nose? Something is wrong with her nose. I didn't see any actual nostrils. Maybe she's not actually human. So, what are you gonna do now?
I don't know. I'll try to find a master to teach me. There have to be some left. I'm not going to use the Force until I find one. So much has gone wrong. Should I feel bad that I feel better? But I still need to find a master. The lessons I learned, I think I need to unlearn them.
May the Force be with you.
And also with you. Thank you.
Hey, we've got a lightsaber focusing lens fixture. Consular's battle sable schematic and a lens. Wait, I think that's the last part I needed. Jolly, we can make a lightsaber now. Excellent. Neutronium edge. Yeah, she already had all the stuff that was in here. Got a bunch of bones. Got a footlocker. A single stimulant. How very useful. And just like that, we're done with the academy. All right. Let's get the heck out of here. Long loading. It's not so bad though. Yeah, that quest flows a little strangely with that girl. That's thanks to the restoration mod, but originally you talk to you rescue Joron, and you... Ah, shit, I forgot Joron. That's right, I didn't kill all the Lagrex. So I waited until... Okay, whoops. Never mind, there's one less thing I need to do in here. I'm sorry. Originally, you were just supposed to get the parts back from Joron, because he scavenged the parts from the thing, but it kinda awkwardly... The restoration mod awkwardly revives this girl. Like, you get Suru talking about how Joron... How he wants you to get the last piece... Like, the missing piece from his moisture vaporator from Joron. Then you come around asking about a thief. And the Jedi Padawan girl is a thief? So the part about the missing moisture vaporator piece is brought up, but isn't actually resolved. So, a little weird. Just a bit. A little bit.
Is that you? I thought I heard something. Is it safe yet?
Yeah, Lagrex are dead.
You must be fierce with a blaster then. Give me a moment, I sort of jammed the door a bit. Just don't leave.
Thanks for saving me. I thought those Lagrex had me for sure.
This is the only man in this entire game with a respectable beard. Before you go, what were you doing down here?
It's all Tapelay's fault. She said the entryway to the sub-level was safe enough. This area has hardly been explored. We barely got in here. And then everybody started going left and right, grabbing anything they could. It was every man for himself, and nobody was watching for Lagrex. Then before you know it, we were under attack by those beasts. So salvagers were running every which way, and they left me to die.
Why are you down here if it's so dangerous?
All the easy pickings have been picked. Now everything that's worth more than a glass of Juma juice is long gone. So this level is about the only place that's left. And as you might have noticed, it's very dangerous down here. Almost nobody's managed to get anything from down here. Not that it matters.
He's kind of got his own unique outfit, too. I never brought attention to that, but his, like, tattered-looking rags. Nobody else wears clothes like that. That's like a unique outfit that was just made for this guy. Anyway, almost nobody? Who's the almost?
There was a group that managed to get in and got one of the biggest hauls ever. Tapelay said we could do that too, but they were a damn sight more organized than we were. And they've caused more problems dead than they ever did alive.
How did they die?
They were the first to really get anything from this damn level. They were so confident they went right back in. A bunch of us salvagers waited by the entrance. Only 2 of the 4 came back, and 1 died right away from his wounds. The other man was gonna be rich, but then he picked a fight with Garavik. It wasn't much of a fight. There was no one left. And that's the whole problem.
How could dead people cause problems?
Well, since every last one of them is dead, their find is sitting in the militia's headquarters. That's one of the biggest claims ever. They won't give it to nobody. So people keep saying that they were owed by the dead salvagers, or that they're related. But Zeron isn't an idiot. The only thing he's gonna believe is a will. And after some try to pass less than authentic ones off on him, now he'll only take a will and their personal effects.
Durala had me looking for their bodies, to lay them to rest.
She was playing you for a fool. No doubt she'd like to find those bodies. That, plus a conveniently worded will, and she'd make a pile of credits.
Well, that won't gain her nothing. Besides, I already changed the will. Haha.
Probably not since you know the truth. Unless you're willing to make a fake will, though, the truth won't help. You look like the type of moron that'll just turn it into Zeron. That may be the right thing to do, but it don't make it the smart thing.
Very true, which is why I already did the smart thing.
Certainly. Just don't take too long. I don't know how long before those beasts come back.
I don't think there are any left, but... So, did you find anything down here?
No, I didn't get anything. Now I'd just like to leave.
Alright, I just saved your life. I figured that's worth some honesty.
I guess you're right. I grabbed a couple of things in the room we were in. I didn't want to tell you because you might make a claim for it. I need the credits.
I could pay you for what you found.
Now, I hadn't thought of that. We could arrange something like that. That would work. I managed to grab 3 things. One's some sort of crystal, and the other looks like parts. For a lightsaber, maybe, I don't know. If you give me 1,300 credits, you can have it all. Now, that'll be enough for me to get off this rock. No returns on this. You're stuck with what you buy.
Here you go.
Ha ha. A pleasure doing business with you. And now I can finally get passage back home. I hope that junk is worth it to you, I really do. I'm going to the salvager camp. It'll take some time to get things in order. Come visit if you like, but if you don't like what you bought, it isn't my problem.
Hope you got me a cyan crystal. I'm ready to make a lightsaber. I want that. Ah, it's just a blue. Ah. Just a blue crystal. But you know what? Since we altered the salvager's will, if I want to make her first crystal cyan one, you know, keeping in with her preferred color, we can cheese giving the will to Zeron until we get the one that we want. I would have bought. I think the Durala had one on had a cyan crystal on my other character, but she didn't this time. So if I want that, I'll have to cheat. Have to cheese for it if I want it now rather than later. All right, now we're done with the Academy. Enclave, Academy, same difference.
Jaren says you saved him down there. Next time you should ask for a reward.
I feel much better now, thanks to you. I don't think I thanked you properly down there. I was pretty shaken. I really hope the Jedi salvage you bought was worth it. I meant what I said about no returns, though. I need the money to go home. But it's nice to see you again, regardless.
Can you tell me about the Lagrex?
Oh, they like tunnels, and we never saw much of them except underground in the hilly regions. I guess to a Lagric, the sublevels must be like paradise, though.
Yeah, nothing else new going on. Pardon me, I am allergically addicted to pressing this quick save button.
What? Who is that? Oh, it's you. You go down into the sublevels yet? Or did you suddenly develop some sense? Certainly. Take your time. Look through the pile.
Crystals did you got? Alright, what was she selling? She's got violet, red, yellow, green, blue, viridian, orange. I could talk to her about the salvagers, but I already altered the will and she's just gonna talk up a bunch of shit, so let's get out of here. Let's go get our stuff. Ah, the fields are nice and quiet. I bet the settlers appreciate it. I'm sure they're just happy and fine with everything, with all the critters being away. Stop spinning. I want to click over here for a second. Take a look at something. Yeah, we good. So yeah, we got a couple of things to turn in here at Khoonda. And I'm gonna cheese Zeron to get the crystal I want. Like I said, better sooner than later. Hey, Sulu.
Any luck on getting my modulator back from Joran? I don't think anyone here will be able to help me.
Now this is funny. Yeah, that girl being re-added to the game is weird because it's like, oh, I recovered the modulator. I never picked up a modulator. But yeah, I guess here's the modulator and the credits he tried to extort from you.
Fantastic. I'd only hoped to get the modulator back. I never imagined you would get my money back, too. How did you do it?
And it wasn't a salvager. I guess it was a salvager, and he's been dealt with.
Really? You must have been very persuasive. I'm relieved this situation is finally resolved. You have more than earned this reward.
A Zabrak Blaster Pistol and a Mandalorian Ripper. I'm sure T3 or Atten will appreciate those. I mean, heck, I could probably appreciate one of them. Well, I mean, not in the immediate future, because I'm gonna be making a lightsaber very shortly. Anyway, we're not talking to him. We're gonna talk to our old buddy Zeron. Our sleepy friend.
It's you again. Well, you know who I am. I figure you've got a reason for coming back. You want something?
Cleared out the Kinrath cave.
So you did. Here's the credits I told you about. Even with the caves cleared, I imagine it'll take some time before the Kinrath aren't on the plains. That was very helpful of you. You've saved some lives today. You want something?
I gave Dopak your message.
I don't have anything to say about that. We can talk more later.
Credits and okay, now I'll do a quick save right here.
It's you again. You want...
I want to talk about the dead salvager's claim.
I'll tell you what I tell all those grubby salvagers. No body, no claim. I'm no longer even looking at wills or credit notes, and if you think that's gruesome, then go space yourself.
Have the bodies right here, and one of them had a will.
Let me see the will. I'll be glad to get rid of this claim and get those salvagers out of my headquarters. Let me see. He left his claim to you. How to even... You know, at this point, I don't even care. I'll have one of the militia get the claim for you.
Thank you very much.
Here's your claim. I'll go let the salvagers know that it's been taken care of. Hopefully this is the last I hear of it.
Yeah, you get some dark side points, but you know what? Would have just taken up space here, and it was either that or let Durala sneak it away, and that just won't do. Anyway, it looks like we got like an orange or a bronze saber. But I want a cyan crystal, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do some light to moderate cheesing to get the crystal I want.
It's you.
Now they're gonna give us whole lightsabers. Oh, we got a silver. Or silver, white. I think it's called silver in this game. Not what I wanted. I plan on everyone getting their own separate color, and I already know what colors I have in mind for everybody. That's not regular green, that's Viridian. No. Do. Oh, pardon me, just having a little bit of a cheese.
It's you again.
Is that cyan? It doesn't look like the regular blue. Hold on, I think we got I got what I wanted. Yo, T3. You mind upgrading something for me? Wait, no, that is regular blue. Yeah, it would have been way lighter if it was cyan. Never mind. Blue's easy to get. We don't want blue. We want the other blue.
It's you.
Cheesy, cheesy, cheesy. That looks like yellow. Eh. Apologies for the cheese, but there is something that I want. I want it.
It's you.
Skip through dialogue properly quick. Oh, we got a red crystal. And a yellow lightsaber. Nope. Not too helpful, not too helpful, not too helpful at all.
Is it?
Ooh, Opila crystal. Opila ain't bad. What's that? Bronze, I think? Nah. Boy. Maybe I should talk about something while I'm cheesing it up. There are more than a few different colors, so this might take a few tries, it seems. Red. Right, so how's your day been? My day's been fine.
It's you.
At least you can skip through the dialogue properly fast. Purple. We're getting every single color except the one that I want. This is one of the easiest points to cheese, so... I think that's regular blue. Yeah, no, it would have been lighter. Would have been lighter. In fact... let's just get T3 in here right away. He had a free point that we could put into dexterity there. That'll be fine. And give him two weapon focus. Let me just take care of his leveling here. Got a couple levels on you, T3.
It's you.
Silver. Yep, the game knows what I want. It's not gonna give it to me.
It's you.
Purple.
It's you.
A bladed lightsaber, and what do we got? We have a... oh, I think that's it. I would like you to take a look at this real quick for me, T3. Yes, there it is. We got it. It only took... I wasn't keeping track. Like, what, 10 tries? Ugh. Almost had a victory sneeze there. Ugh. Ugh. Was there anything else I needed to turn in here? Lost in the shadows. Right, we know that Vrook is being held in the Kinrath Caves. Not doing that one. Yeah. We don't need to have immediate access to a lightsaber in order to make our crystal, but I'm gonna go back to the ship. We'll make our lightsaber there. I don't want to make it and have it just appear in my hand in the middle of Khoonda, because then people will be like, oh, they're a Jedi. Not that it really matters if the people know that you're a Jedi, but I like maintaining the illusion that I'm not actually a Jed. Since that's the smart thing to do. Get to have some interaction with our new crewman. Something wrong?
The more worlds we travel to, the more questions I have. It's not just the hardships of the people, but something more.
You haven't traveled to any worlds with us yet. What are you on about? It's difficult to turn away from the suffering of others. That is why one must help when they can.
You are right. But there is something more at work here.
There's something about the worlds themselves, isn't there?
Yes. These dead worlds, they have a pattern to them. They were all touched by the Mandalorian Wars and the Jedi Civil War. Sometimes, I feel as if they are all connected in some other way. The attacks on Qatar, Telos itself, the decay on Dantooine. Something is wrong with life. The connections have been damaged, sickened. Sometimes I feel like I almost understand and then it just slips away.
Ooh, so close.
He is messing with people's heads. Perhaps if we visited all of these worlds, more would become clear.
Perhaps. Dantooine is only one of the worlds. It was only the start of the journey. I would like to study the other locations. It is curious that the Jedi Masters chose those worlds to travel to. I wonder if the two are linked, but I know not how.
I believe we had a damaged chassis to fit to old HK here. Step away. Ah, shoot, I was gonna buy that vocabulator part. Hang on, we can get HK fixed up now as well. Again, we could wait until we're done with Dantooine and beat up some more HKs on our way out and get the part for free, but the part is cheap. So let's go ahead and do it now. If I do it now, I might have some opportunities to lose some influence with HK on this planet before we leave. Yo, Carrie. Wait a minute, what part did I need again? All that remains is the processor. Wait, what? No, I thought he was selling a processor. Oh, that must have been like one of the first parts we got in him. Ah, shoot. Dang it. That was the control cluster and the vocabulator. Ah. Alright, never mind then. I thought... I misremembered. I thought he had the last part I needed. How did I misremember the... I don't know. My brain is very smooth. I am extremely smooth-brained. Oh. Oh.
Is there? Must be hearing things. But for a moment.
Whoop. Freya engages in a significant amount of fuckery of the mind. Hey, Beodur.
I didn't want to talk about the war, but can I ask you something?
What is it?
Why did you decide to fight?
Well, the Jedi served no one with an action.
The war went poorly before Revan and the Jedi lent aid to the Republic. Many of us believed the Jedi to be cowards who were afraid to face the Mandalorian threat. I remembered when word of the Mandalorian attacks arrived on Iridonia. My people had colonies across the Outer Rim. Many of them were among the first systems to fall.
Unlike many of the Jedi, I could not stand by and watch.
I did not join because I wanted to protect, though. I hated them. I wanted to destroy them. To give them the mercy they gave the people they conquered. I remember the thrill I felt when we fought them in battle. Victories were rare, but we celebrated every Mandalorian's death. Do you know how it felt?
Jedi are trained to resist such strong emotions.
I couldn't do that. It was almost as though the battle took control of me, drove me forward. It's always on my mind now. That loss of control blinded me, turned me into a weapon. I just needed to get that off my chest. Was there something you wanted me for?
Wait a minute. If we want to make our lightsaber with the crystal, I need to remove it from the lightsaber it's currently in, so... Wait, I have 2 Solace crystals. What? Wait, I have 2 Defender crystals. I shouldn't have 2 of each of these. Well, that's a tad off. I think I can just stick that in there. Yeah. Some of these unique ones that the mod adds have, like, extra effects. So this one's got a little extra light side versus dark side power to it. I could just stick that in there. Hit it when my finger lingers on the shift key and the first 2 letters get capitalized. General. Do I have all the lightsaber parts I'll need?
Let me see what you have. That's everything. Now all you need is a little quiet time with the workbench.
What kind of lightsaber do you want to create? It'll be a single? What color focusing crystal do you use? Cyan. And we got Matricerx lightsaber. We can now use these schematics that we've picked up. May as well learn them. I'm probably not going to use any of these, but you may as well use them when you got them. After gathering the needed parts from various sources and acquiring a new focusing crystal, you've constructed this lightsaber, the first you've possessed in many years. We've got a bunch of crystals we can use. Look at that. Like, this is what it looks like without your crystal, but then you put your crystal in there, and look at that. Dexterity, strength, wisdom, attack modifier. Light side versus dark side. Extra bonus light side damage. Good stuff. Unfortunately, any attribute modifiers added by one crystal means you can't stack more onto it, so the Velmorite crystal can't be used. Or rather, it can, but its effects are negated. Except for the keen part, but we'll save that for somebody else's lightsaber. We shall use... Nextor is also basically keen, but it's listed as critical threat range rather than keen. Let's go with a little extra damage and attack. Looks like we got parts we can use over here. Here by Rothus lens. We don't want to lose blaster bolt deflection, not yet anyway. We'll take the Atigan lens. What do we got in emitters? Fencing emitter. Synthesized phobium emitter. Both of these are a little rough on your deflection. Improved energy cell. We will, of course, make better parts later on, when our skills have increased. And we got our Norse robes. Sharp. Make sure we put that in our other config, so people don't see us carrying it around. Alright, we are good to go. We are equipped. We are armed and dangerous. We were before, but now we're even more so. 943. And now that we've made a lightsaber, we can tell Vizaz and Kreia to make their own lightsabers. Also, here's something that I need to do. Here's Vizaz. I added the companion robes mod so that everyone's got their own personalized robes. The stats might be a little overpowered, but, you know, they look nice. Unfortunately, in Vizaz's case, you had to use a unmask mod, which removes her hood, and she doesn't look too flattering without it. And unfortunately, the hood is a separate item. Which doesn't get added into her inventory like it should. Fortunately, I know the command. So let's just go ahead and, while we're here, get that on her head. There we go. Very good. Unfortunately, using the console commands means all of my saves are marked with cheat used, but, you know, it's not like anyone's gonna see that, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the game any. Doesn't affect nothing at all. Got a few levels to take you up there, Atten. Take a few, why don't you? What am I gonna teach this guy? Go ahead and take Critical Strike, why not? How about we give you a blaster? I believe we got something that'd be pretty good for you. You want to give him the... Wait, Zabrak blaster pistol. Oh wait, no, this isn't the same pistol I got before. There's a better version, like a heavier version of the Zabrak blaster pistol. This one's not bad, though. Not bad at all. Zabrak makes some tough weapons. That's something this game tells you. Also the Mandalorian Ripper. Give him the Zabrak pistol for now. Do we have new armor? That would be good for Feodur. They keep him with the bronzium stuff. Okay, so all that's left to do now is... We're pretty much set and ready to move on to the next phase of Dantooine, which is finding Vrook. Not that he's hard to find, we know exactly where he is. Fucking Rancor has moved. He's not gonna attack the NPC over there by the crashed speeders, is he? Hope not. And there's like one lone Kinrath that's basically like the Rancor's pet. Now maybe with the lightsaber I'd stand a better chance, but I doubt it. Whoops, I passed a tunnel actually. I was distracted. I was looking at the terrible beast and unnatural habitat. Actually, and before we go in here, let's pull Kreia back into the group. For reasons. Rescue. Rook. Never mind the spin, just clicking off screen for a second. Ugh. He's got a brand new saber. There he is, looking as grumpy as ever.
Halt, settler. This is a restricted area. How the hell did you get through the Kinrath? You should leave.
So the mercenaries are branching out into kidnapping now?
This isn't kidnapping, this is bounty hunting. This Jedi is worth a lot of credits on Nar Shaddaa, and we're collecting. I'm gonna say this nice and simple for your little calf-hurting head. Unless you want to wind up dead, leave now.
I don't want to fight, but I can't let you take Rook to Nar Shaddaa.
I warned you, but I'm glad you didn't listen. Attack, men!
Ooh, that power's a little loud, isn't it?
Everyone down! Let's settle this. More where that came from.
Always rushing into action without thinking of the consequences. What? You're expecting thanks? Khoonda is in danger, and you've ruined the best chance of averting a full-scale conflict.
Always a pleasure, Rook. I see you still have your cheery disposition.
Is this a joke to you? People's lives are at stake. Every action has consequences, no matter how small or insignificant they seem. And even the smallest choice has the potential for harm. The Mandalorian Wars was proof of this. Intentions mean nothing if a greater tragedy is caused.
Is this the same careful timing you were counting on back then?
Did you think rushing into battle against the Mandalorians did anything but bring more harm to the galaxy? It only served to bring about a second war more dangerous than the first. Countless Jedi died in both conflicts, and everyone who followed Revan and Malak died or returned to the dark side. Except, conveniently, you.
So you still think I'm a Sith?
You were always difficult to read. As a Padawan, and again at your trial, and perhaps more so now that we are here on Dantooine. If you wish to prove yourself, then do so. Khoonda's in danger and they need our help. The mercenaries have allied themselves with the Exchange and are planning to attack Khoonda. They've been holding off for the right moment, and now since they lost their captive Jedi, they'll attack immediately. I'm going to try to reach Administrator Adari. Time is of the essence.
Yep, that's Rook. There's also some new containers in here. New loot. This datapad contains orders from Azkul to senior mercenary officers. Mercenaries have recently made a secret alliance with the Exchange and are planning an imminent attack on Khoonda. With Administrator Adare dead, then the Exchange would be able to use Dantooine for their illicit activities, completely undetected by the Republic. All preparations for the mercenary attack have been made and they could attack Khoonda at any moment. Yeah, that's troublesome. Cloth and precision gloves. Hey, those are good. Good glove. Let's just scoot right on out of here. Save often and in different slots. Oh, believe me, I always do.
You are the Jedi I've heard reports of, and I am Azkul, leader of the mercenaries on Dantooine.
And what do you want from me? You and your entourage of identical, like, brothers?
Straight to the point. I like that. I will be equally direct. I am planning to take Khoonda, and you're going to help me.
And why exactly would I help you?
According to my reports, I have 4 times as many soldiers as the militia, and I'm committed to taking Khoonda. It is inevitable that I will succeed. If you wish to avoid my men eradicating the people of Dantooine, you will make it easier for me to take Khoonda. Of course, I will pay well for your services.
What do you have in mind?
There are many ways someone with your abilities can aid us. Before the action begins, I have 2 main tasks in mind for you. Disable the gun turrets and the traps.
You want me to destroy the turrets?
Deal with the turrets, however you see fit. Just keep them from pestering my men. Decide quickly. I have a slaughter to plan.
What about the traps?
When the militia learns of our attack, they will plant traps around the entrances to Khoonda. Disable them. Decide quickly. I have a slaughter to plan.
Okay, I'll help you. Wink.
Return to me when you are ready for us to begin our assault. I warn you not to keep me waiting.
Well maneuvered. With both the mercenaries and the militia counting on your aid, you can influence the outcome of the situation as you see fit.
Hey, I liked that. And that's why you take Kreia into the cave. It's a nice free little bit of influence with her. Oh yeah, look at that. We can already see the traps being laid. What sort of mines do I have on hand? Got some average frag mines, gas mines, plasma, sonic, deadly sonic. We got options. Those turrets look so weird from down here. Alright, Kreia, that's all we wanted you here for. Shoo. I don't take Kreia out too much with me, because she tends to want to drag you towards the middle, and that doesn't really provide you with a lot of benefit in this game.
Mercenaries have been more hostile recently. Settlers on the outskirts are scared to say anything when I visit them.
Alright, I'm here. The troublemaker has arrived. Let's get down to business.
I see you have found the elusive Master Vrook. He's told me that his rescue complicated our situation to some degree. I can't say that I anticipated that. I thank you for finding him, though. Vrook has informed me that the mercenaries devised a plan of attack to annihilate Khoonda itself. I must ask for your aid again, Jedi. Zeron says that even with a plan, the mercenaries have to gather their forces, then coordinate their assault. so we still have time. I'm afraid the militia has not been adequately trained for the task that befalls them.
Who knows about the attack?
Right now, just us and the militia. I don't want to create a needless panic. But be assured I will make sure that all civilians are warned in time so they can get to safety. Though if we lose this battle, nowhere on Dantooine will be safe for settlers for long.
Oh, damn, those background noises make the mixer move up again. Maybe I should turn some of those down. People who were watching some of the earlier streams didn't complain, but I still constantly worry that the sound is off. What can I do to help?
Our militia is effective at peacekeeping, but isn't prepared for a full-scale battle. If you can do anything to ready them for the reality of it, that would be helpful. Besides that, look around Khoonda and see what you can do to strengthen our defenses. I know that we don't have the perimeter turrets online, and that alone could make a significant difference. Zeron says there is a considerable chance they will breach Khoonda itself. Anything you can do to slow them down could turn the tide of battle.
Can you give me anything to help?
I have instructed the militia and other Khoonda personnel that you are to be provided with anything that can be spared. Unfortunately, that isn't much.
I'll check out Khoonda's defenses then.
Here is a MasterCard key that will open all of the security doors inside Khoonda. Anything that might aid you in your task, please use. Soon, all the civilians will be evacuated. So if you have any business with them, I suggest you take care of it. Whenever you are ready to finalize the defenses, talk with Zeron.
Alright.
I was right about you. You are trouble. But you might just be the right sort of trouble we need. The mercenaries aren't quick to mobilize, so you have time to do what you need. Or are you ready to finalize the defense plans?
Any ideas on what I can do to help?
We could use people handy with a blaster. Getting people to join the militia for a short stint would be good. We also got a lot of things that could use fixing. It isn't glamorous, but that type of work sometimes makes a load of difference. Just look around. Plenty to be done.
What kind of things need fixing?
Off the top of my head, the 3 turrets outside Khoonda are on the blink. They went haywire the other day and wounded some of my men, so we took them offline. The men who were wounded by the turrets are holed up in the med lab. But our medic droid is busted, so they're healing slowly. I've had some men lay traps around Khoonda, but nobody here really specializes in demolitions. I'm sure there's some gaps that could be filled. The side security door to Khoonda has been malfunctioning as long as I've been here. It may be best to just seal it off lockdown so nobody gets through. We got some broken assault droids that have been collecting dust for the last 5 years. If they were working, it would help a lot with interior defense. If I had it my way, I'd recruit any citizen of Khoonda that can hold a blaster. But it's hard to convince peaceful farmers to fight, maybe die for a cause.
How much time do I have?
I don't know for certain. It could be a day or even a week. Depends on how good Azkul is at organizing his men. I'm guessing not so good.
What's involved with finalizing the defenses?
Inspecting the perimeter, talking to the troops, and coming up with a battle plan. I've fought in a war or two, but I'm no general. In my experience, people like you are better at strategy. You want a hand in making the plan, you got it.
Well, it just so happens you have one of the best damn generals of the Mandalorian Wars right here. You're in good hands. I'm going to see what I can do.
When you're ready, come back and we can talk about the final plans to defend Khoonda.
One of the first things we can do right away is talk to old Sulu here.
Thanks for the help. I plan on going back to the farm shortly.
Would you be interested in joining the Khoonda militia?
Since you're asking me, I suppose I could. I figure I still owe you for helping me with my thief problem. Zeron has asked me several times before to join the militia. I expect he's going to be very pleased.
All right.
Zeron was right about the mercenaries all along. I guess my ego clouded my judgment as to what's best for Khoonda.
Figured it out, huh, buddy?
Insoranaka megunso jeep, nekchi una bola, monchi wataton, sobodono, visel chamaka.
Would you be interested in joining the Khoonda militia?
Jenish melaka wachino so impos morcha chani rika san. Wala kun bisking mong pal muliras nemo poituana.
He sells weapons. He does not fight. It was worth a try. Even with the master key card, there are some doors that just don't open. I wonder if some of these doors only open if you side against Khoonda, like during the final assault. Here's the garage back here. The swoop zone. Turret controls. Let's slice into the system. Turret status. Turrets are active and set to attack friendlies and hostiles. Well, that just won't do. Change target priority. 5 spikes. Oof. Reprogram the turrets to attack only hostiles. Alright. Now defend Khoonda. Very good. Nothing else doing on this side of the base. I like this section, preparing for a battle. I enjoy it when you get to defend in a game. Like, you spend so much time going to places and taking the initiative. I kind of like... It's kind of a mindset that I developed playing, like, strategy games. I like to play defensively. I like to focus on my base and building things up, and then weathering the initial assault before striking out then. Stuck door. What happened to you?
The gun turret malfunctioned. Hurt us bad.
I'll treat your wounds.
Oh, what are you doing?
Oh. Oh yeah, my treat injury skill isn't that great. I don't suppose I can increase that in any way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, I don't think there are even any items in the game that improve your healing skills. Unless I had something that improved my wisdom. Which I don't. Well, I can fix the medical droid at least.
I feel better. Thanks.
You're welcome. I think I was just 1 point short, too, of being able to heal them. If you do each one individually, then you get light side points for each person you heal. So it's a nice little way to gather up a bunch of quick alignment shifting. I got a bunch of broken parts. This place has just got parts scattered all over. Let's fix up all the systems. Very good. Reactivate. Oh. While trying to reactivate this droid, you discovered a hydrospanner lodged inside of it. The name Akare is printed on the handle of the tool. Oh my. Can't tell it to go in patrol mode just yet. I am now out of parts. I only got 2 parts left, but I was able to get everyone fixed up. Right, control station. Base security camera, defense droid status. To defend friendlies. Why do they even give you the option to engage the droids in patrol mode when it's not even really an option?
Just say...
Find that just a tad silly. Level 15. Now, going forward, certain characters I will not be accepting further level ups. I'm getting these people to level 15, but since I plan to train them later into other things, I won't take them past 15. We might be able to start Jedi training for Bao-Dur before we leave this planet, if I play my cards right. Or at the very least, we'll get him very close. Nothing else doing in here.
I'm sick and tired of those mercenaries. Some people say Zeron is antagonizing them too much.
It's not smart to speak. We should try getting along with the mercenaries. If we push them, they will...
Welcome back to Khoonda.
We've got nothing interesting to say. Hey, most of the work's been done. Well, aside from getting some people recruited. Dylan.
I hope your friends and family are fine. Many soldiers that came back from the war had bad news.
Would you be interested in joining the Khoonda militia?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not too fond of my job, but it's better than the job I'd have if the Mercs took over. I'll report to Zeron for militia duty.
Alright, alright. I don't have too many people to bounce feedback off of, but I'm going to turn the sound down just a little bit. I don't like how high the audio and the mixer spikes when there's just ambient, like, background noise playing. Anyway, Akere, we need to have a bit of a chat. So, I found this hydro spanner with your name on it. Yeah, it was inside of a broken droid. What is your explanation? You have a good reason for that, huh? Well, let's hear it. Never noticed, but the Sultans only have 4 fingers. But never really. They have massive hands too. Your hands are huge. I'll buy it, and I'll give you 500 credits.
That
was a kind act. It is good to see that one can still show compassion, even after the war.
It was a minor thing. But if I can give assistance, I will.
And that is why I follow you, General. Lead on.
Bao-Dur approves. Which is good. Depending on how much influence that gave, one good deed done in Bao-Dur's presence, and we may be able to get his training started. Oh, by the way, would you like to join... Could I convince you to join the militia? Easy. Now, there's... Well, that's 3 people recruited. The only other person that we can recruit is Joran. Most of these people don't really need any convincing. You talk to Dylan over there, and you're just like, would you like to join the army? And she's like, yeah, sure, why not? Doesn't even put any thought into it. No convincing required. Just like, you know what? I hate my job. Fuck it. I'll take the job. I want to shoot some mercs. That sounds more exciting than what I've been doing. Shit, count me in. Somebody's got a fucking saw blade out there. What are they doing? Is somebody building a house? I know that's not the case. Is it those people on the road again? Is it those motherfuckers doing road maintenance? Girls. Yes, it is. Of course it's those people again. Every single time. Thank fuck for modern technology and the ability to slap a noise gate on your microphone. Hey, Joran.
Back again, huh? I don't know what more I can say to you, but it's nice to see you again, regardless.
Would you be interested in joining the militia?
I hadn't even thought of that. I know the militia will take just about anyone. I need the credits and would like working with people who'll actually watch your back. I want to think it through, but I think I might just go to Khoonda and sign up. Thanks for the idea.
Alright. That's pretty much everyone that you can recruit.
Jaren says you saved him down there. Next time you should ask for a reward.
She's the only other salvager with decent equipment. You'd think you'd be able to recruit her, but nope. Her only contribution to this entire game is being a cunt when you first approach the Enclave. You can ask Durala, but she won't join.
What? Who is that? So, you managed to get all the salvage, eh? That's our livelihood you're stepping on. You should watch yourself.
Yeah, well, you're kind of a bitch, so your opinion doesn't mean much to me. Speaking of being a bitch, how'd you like to join the militia?
You aren't serious, are you? I'll assume it's a joke, because you don't look that dumb. No, I won't join any flaming militia.
Think about it this way, you hag. I just cleared out the sub-level. There is 0 salvage left in the Enclave. You're effectively out of a job. Joining the militia is about the only bit of use your sorry ass could have on this planet. Just putting that out there. Okay, so that's it for recruiting. We got the turrets working. We fixed up the droids. All that's left is to check the side door and plant some mines. It's a good thing we've been recovering every mine that we could get. Another quiet stream too. Makes me a little sad. The first few streams I did of this game, I had a more lively chat. Not anymore. Alas. Alright, we'll probably be taking up that side. Take a look over. Oh, here's the door. The security door is malfunctioning. It would be relatively easy to hack open this door, but you'd never get it closed again. The security of the building would be compromised. Let's just go ahead and lock it down. The door is now secure. In fact, it is so secure that nobody will get this door open again anytime soon. Only have one part left. I'm partless. Can't even see the mines over here. I'm not used to that. Hang on a second. I don't need to see them, but... Okay, very good. Let's get some happy little mines set up. east minefield is now covered. Now for the west minefield. How long is it gonna take them to finish messing with the fucking road out there? It's not even the road, it's the pipes, but... ah. What do we got? That's the west minefield, but we're not done just yet. We ain't done yet. The only other decent mines we got are these sonic mines. I got a little bit of an idea about the flow of the battles, so we got a somewhat good idea on where to place these. Right, there can only be so many mines deployed at once, so that's about it. That should be fine. If you were really smart, you would think it would make sense to put mines on the bridge here. Unfortunately, for reasons I shall just explain later, that doesn't really cut it. And is entirely useless. The traps have been planted. That's pretty much everything that can be done. Uh-oh. Where's my... I was gonna call in Handmaiden for this battle, but... I don't have the... for fuck's sake. Something must have gotten overwritten in Party Swap's thing the last time I... Ah, son of a bitch. In order to... Right, with Party Swap, in order to switch between Handmaiden and Disciple here, because the second one you pick up will overwrite this spot, you can't select them manually in the party selection. So if you want to select Handmaiden, because you're going to pick her up first, you have to use a special Adrenal in order to pull her out, but it's not in the thing here. Ah, man. Are you fucking kidding me? Something must have gotten overwritten. When I was playing with the other character, I had to reapply certain mods because some of them overwrite certain things, and... Ah, man. Ah, man. Well, fortunately, I could probably fix this very easily, but... What was I going back to the Ebon Hawk for just now? I kind of wanted to pull her in for this battle. She's one of the most capable combatants we got. Well, I guess we get to see Disciple doing something.
Jedi.
peak bullying from Kreia.
All thoughts of me will slide from your vision, from your mind, like water. You know who I am, but you will be unable to voice it, to remember it. What does a Jedi see? Only what I allow them to see.
Maximum head fuckery from Kreia. Oh yeah, and the item switchers I think supposed to be in the shield category. This is fucking annoying. Well, you know what? I'm gonna correct this right now. I can correct this right here, right now. One moment. Let me just go in here into my folder of ye olde mods, KOTOR 2, party swap installer, 478. Just you can just let it overwrite this stuff when if a mod fucks up. It's usually because there's something that got altered. Hopefully this won't fuck with anything else. Should only take a hot second or two. Why would anything prevent me from getting that little thing, though? I wonder why. Hopefully it doesn't fuck with anything else later. I have to imagine it probably might. But if it does, it'll be easy to fix. In some cases, if a mod does like a particular small thing that's broken, the chances are just reapplying the mod, especially if it comes with the whatchamacallit, the TSL patcher. Jeez, this thing messes with a lot of files. Lutra, Dulg, Kumas, Dulg. Okay, I think I have fixed it. Everything is fixed now. Not looking forward to M478. Okay, let me just align the window with my thing correctly there. Yeah. See, because I used the console command to get Vizaz's hood back, it says cheat used, but it shouldn't affect anything important. Like I said, it's just there to let you know that, hey, you did a thing. It's not here. Oh, for fuck's sake, where is it? I have both characters on the ship, but now I can't bring out Handmaiden.
Yes?
Well, that's fucking irritating. This didn't happen to me before. That is disgustingly annoying. Well, wait a minute. I might not be able to use it. Well, no. Even if I was on the ship, it would still be in my inventory. I wonder if there's a console command that can bring it back. Shit. Fuck, I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm gonna have to look into why the hell that's happening, because that should not be a problem. Hopefully there's some kind of console command. I don't want this to just turn into mod technical issues. I thought I had this sorted. I did not have this problem before.
Yes.
That sucks. She would have been perfect for the battle to come. And they are still sawing its shit out there. God, I hate construction workers. How long does it take to fix the pipes? This has been going on for like 2 months. Please. Spare me. Right, just got another thing here. Heal. Sure, why not? You know what? I'm too annoyed by this to let it slide right now. I am going to... Hang on a minute. I'm gonna do some on-the-site troubleshooting. Party swap head. No. Hopefully it's easy to get a fix for this. Hold on. Party swap. Adrenal. I bet the answer will be over here on Deadly Stream. There's usually good information around here. You're gonna have a mod with a specific and very key and important item involved in it. Then it would be nice to include the item code somewhere in the mod's description so that if it is missing for some annoying fucking reason, people can get the item. Fuck me. Fuck me hard. Why does this have to happen? Why does everything work right and then suddenly it doesn't work right? Nope, I thought I might find the answer here and I'd be able to pull her in for the battle, but I'm not finding the answer. Is it that hard to fucking include an item code? Should automatically be added on Disciples recruitment. Did the game indicate that you obtained the item? Ah, shit. Why has it gotta be like this? Why can't things just work? I love mods, but I also hate mods. Party swap. God damn it. I'm guessing that the best I can figure is that fucking... For some reason, I didn't get the code when Disciple joined the party. Which means, since I don't know what the give item code would be... You know what? Hang on, let me... Give item... Wait a minute. Hey! Oh wow, that was that easy! The item is just called Party Swap. It worked! It was simply named. Oh man, I'm glad I thought of that. Okay. Handmaiden is not in the party. Replace Disciple. We're in business.
I'm here.
You have to imagine that I would imagine like the item code would be something very specific, or maybe have some numbers slapped on it or something, like, you know. I've never really used cheats with this game before I needed to, like, to get Vizaz's shroud back on her. But it's just, if for some reason you're using Party Swap and you don't get the item when you recruit Disciple, just hit the tilde, because the console is invisible in this game. Give item, no spaces. Well, give item, then space, then Party Swap. And you got it. Well, golly, figured it out. Fucking genius. Fucking brilliant. I'm the smartest guy who ever did a smart. Using my brain. Flexing the cranial muscle. Flurry is great. Flurry is like the best of these. You've got power attack, you got critical strike, but Flurry gets you extra attacks. Like, it's hard to beat that, really. Really hard to beat. So I'll give her some health regen. Let everyone get up to level 15, and then no further until I'm ready to train them. After this, we'll be talking to a lot of people and getting some training done. What else are we doing here? Who do we want to be... Who do we want to be? You know what? We're gonna get Atnan on this battle. Because where we're going after this, we won't be able to call him out. I'd say we're just about ready to go, aren't we? Apologize for the technical issues. The solution was actually incredibly simple.
I'm here.
You know, we're going to war. Let's get... She looks so stupid with that on her face, but she could use the extra protection. I suppose I could stick anything on him that'd be a little... make him a little sturdier in a fight. Targeting visor might be a bit more helpful than stealth. Oh yeah, look at that. We can give her the power gauntlets. Oh yeah, she's gonna be fucking laying out some serious beatings. Alright. We're ready to begin the Battle of Khoonda. Battle of Khoonda, because I don't have enough bloody character limits. Hey, Rook, what's up?
You heard what the administrator said. Each of us has to do what they can to aid in the defense of Khoonda. See where you can lend a hand. We'll have time to talk more when this is all over.
Indeed we will. May as well get our lightsaber ready. The time to hide what we are is over. Put that down. Yes, thank you. It is so fucking noisy out there. My god. I don't think you can hear this, but... I can't close the window. I'm sorry, I can't. It's summer. It's too hot. Alright, let me just double check here. These are still up, but yeah, we recruited everyone we could. Trap Slade.
I was right about you. The mercenaries aren't quick to mobilize, so you have time to do what you need. Or are you ready to finalize the defense plans?
Oh, believe me, Zeron. I am ready. We are ready. I've done some things around Khoonda to help with its defense.
That's good to hear. Fill me in on the details when you're ready to finalize our battle plans.
I'm ready right now.
You sure? Once we're done with that, there may not be any time left before the mercenaries attack.
I'm certain. I've done all I can.
Alright, then we got a lot to do.
Oh right, my companions are going to be shunted away, so I'm going to have to use the Adrenal at the start of the actual battle to get Handmaiden back on.
Since you are here to bolster Khoonda's defense, I will hurry to the mercenary camp and delay their assault however I can.
There he goes.
I imagine that the mercenaries have got two goals in this whole thing. Kill me and kill the administrator. The rest of the settlers won't have courage to resist if they succeed.
There isn't anyone else who can rally the settlers?
Not that the settlers aren't good people. Many folk just don't have the fighting mentality. Rather just make people happy and get along. But there isn't any getting along with Ascol. He's out for blood and taking the place over. So we gotta protect the administrator. Khoonda can go on without me, but not without her. The administrator's locked up in her office tight, which means that the mercs have to go through us and Khoonda's defenses. It isn't gonna be easy. I suspect we're gonna have to fight on the inside. They've got 3 entrances they're gonna try and break in. Here's the front door, the security door on the side, and the garage door in back. We got 3 squads of militia. We can assign people to the front, back, or inside. Backside has to guard 2 entrances. The front will have to fight more people, and the inside will have to deal with any that break through. So, where do you think the first squad should be deployed?
Can you tell me about the squads? Time to go full general.
First squad is most experienced. The only squad that could go blaster to blaster against the mercs. Second squad has a lot of passion, but no experience. Third squad is new and not trained too well, and they may break in combat. They need a good leader to make them effective. So, where do you think the first squad should be deployed?
Well, if the front entrance is going to have the mercenaries best, they should be at the front.
The battles that had the least dying were always led by Jedi. I'm going to go with what you think. Where do you want the second squad?
Put them in the back.
Alright, where do you want the third squad, the new recruits?
Stick them inside. If we're lucky, they won't have to see any battle.
Fine by me. The last question is, where do you want to go? Either the front or the back. I'll take whichever one you don't. That way both sides have leadership.
I'll take the front.
That's what I was thinking too. The main group of mercenaries will be coming through there. Probably be good to put our best soldier there. Once the fighting starts, you gotta stay in your area. We both have to guard our half of the battlefield. Come over to me and the mercs will just charge straight into Khoonda. Thanks to you, they're gonna have a tougher job. That's about it. Now we just need to dig in and wait for the mercs to come.
Have you talked to the men?
Well, I'll tell them what's there to do. I'm not much for words.
I think they could use some encouragement. Maybe I could speak to them.
All right, I'll assemble the men. I hope you can speak good.
Right, if you want the most effect, you pick the top option. Which is what we're going to do. We're going to tell them this is their chance to make history. Dantooine's short history has been a constant tale of rugged people surmounting difficult odds. Never have the odds been so great. So the future so uncertain. I don't speak good. But today is your chapter, your tale. Generations yet born will look upon the upcoming battle with pride and wonder. I will not lie, the risks are great, threat real, but I would stand beside any one of you proudly as we face our destiny on the field of battle. This is our day, our valiant chance to free Dantooine. Will you fight beside me? Woo!
I don't have the words. That was really something. I think any one of them would take a blaster bolt for you now. Let's get ready for the mercenaries. If we fall here, all of Dantooine falls with us.
Tell me what you see, soldier.
They're mobilizing the militia. Looks like a lot of activity down there.
They've been warned. It won't be of any use. The plan doesn't change. Captains, prepare your men. Their leader, Administrator Terina, must not survive the battle. Everything else is secondary to that objective.
I find it a little strange that all of the militia dual-wield pistols. For a very ad hoc force, they are very keen on uniformity when it comes to their weapons. Also, the reason I didn't put mines on the bridge is because they just run straight through them. Then they don't go off. Which is kind of lame, but what can you do? Right, quick moment here. Handmaiden, get on board. Attack!
I shall honor them with battle.
First wave down. To think, before the restoration mod, this used to just play out in the cutscene. This is way more exciting. Well, it gets a little crusty. There's a few too many guys. Stasis field. Oh, they got the turret. Get him!
We've lost too many soldiers. Fall back inside.
We haven't lost anyone on our side. You fucking up over there, Zeron? I don't think it's possible to go more than 2 rounds.
So you're the Jedi. I take it you are responsible for the surprises we've had during this battle. Stand aside. Our quarrel is with a distinguished administrator. This isn't your problem.
Actually, it is very much my problem. Why do you want her dead?
She's inconvenient and doesn't know the chain of command. She will pay for that.
You can still back away.
You have no idea who you're talking to. I was going to spare your worthless life. I see I was in error. I was trained at Malak's academy. Your tricks won't work on me. You're just another dead Jedi to me.
I didn't sign on for this cold-blooded slaughter, Ascol.
I was wondering when you would betray me, Dopak. I'll send your final wages to your children, along with a detonator.
Sorry I was held up, but it looks like I've arrived in time to pull you out of your predicament.
Kill them all.
That's one former Sith trooper down.
Thank you so much for your aid. You can be sure that Dantooine will not forget how the Jedi protected us from this threat.
Fucking curb stomped him. It was just one Jedi. Technically, I'm not a Jedi.
I'm sorry to offend you. You are, of course, our savior, and I am very grateful to you.
I'm happy to help.
We are a humble community, and this conflict has greatly diminished our resources. I hope this reward will be sufficient.
Please keep the credits and use them to rebuild Khoonda. Asked him to build a statue of me, but $2 grand.
I am humbled by your generosity. I will put this to good use. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much work to do. Dantooine will be slow to rebuild, but I am confident now that we will one day achieve prosperity.
Hooray!
Khoonda is safe in no small part due to you. I feel certain that the Administrator wouldn't have made it without your assistance. I may have misjudged you. In any case, I am free to talk about whatever you wish.
Our first proper meeting with one of the old masters. Where are all the Jedi?
There are a few of us left, but I do not even know if the others still live. We may be the last. We've been forced to divide our forces and retreat to places which will be difficult for our enemies to detect and attack.
Where are they?
We have chosen to hide our presences from each other, so that the discovery of one will not endanger the others.
But how can you contact each other?
We cannot. We have resolved not to until we have found where the Sith are striking from. But even as our numbers thin, there is still no trace of them. We had hoped to outmaneuver them. By letting them believe themselves victorious, we thought they would become bold and step from the shadows.
And what then?
Then, all of us who remained vowed to meet here on Dantooine. From here, we can plan a course of action and carry the battle to them. But so far, they remain in hiding, and Jedi continue to vanish and die. You have more questions for me?
What happened to the Jedi?
We are at war, but it is unlike any war we have fought before. We have yet to even meet our attackers in battle. Somehow our enemy is targeting us through the Force, striking, then retreating to the shadows. The gathering of any Jedi seems to attract them like a beacon. So it was necessary to divide our forces and conceal ourselves for a time until we could learn more of this threat.
Like on Qatar?
How did you know of Qatar? Few knew it was one of the gathering worlds for the Jedi. But yes, Qatar was one such place. Now the planet is no more. Master Zar, Master Dorak, and many more perished there, and we do not know why or how. But all life on the planet ceased to exist. I was not on Qatar when it was destroyed, but now that it is dead, it has left its echo, like Dantooine. It was after Qatar that the few of us left realized that wherever we gathered, we were placing others in danger, not just Jedi.
Why did you come to Dantooine?
Great tragedies, old battlegrounds. Places of suffering all leave wounds on the galaxy and in the Force. In such places, the deaths of so many echo. So much so that it is difficult to center oneself. By coming here, those echoes serve to mask my presence, allowing me to investigate the ruins and try to find some clues as to who our attackers are.
But if you can mask your presence here, couldn't the other Jedi?
The Miraluka world of Qatar taught us a terrible lesson. Many Jedi gathered there in an attempt to use the Force to find the location of the enemy. Now the planet is no more. Master Zar, Master Dorak, and many more perished there, and we do not know why or how. But all life on the planet ceased to exist. I was not on Qatar. It was after Qatar that the few of us left realized that wherever we gathered...
We've already heard this, didn't we? Yeah, we already heard all that. Why are you in hiding? I mean, we just learned this, but...
We were not in hiding, despite what you believe. This threat is striking through the Force. There's a reason that we cannot detect it. It is somehow masking its presence from us.
How is that possible?
I do not know. There are techniques in the Force that hide one's presence and thoughts from other Force users. But I do not believe that such techniques alone would be capable of hiding the enemies we face. It does not seem possible. Jedi sanctuaries, places of learning, conclaves, many of them secret, have been attacked. That requires that our enemy knew of our whereabouts, or had access to records and holocrons from the Enclave here on Dantooine.
Holocrons?
There was much Jedi teaching buried here before the planet was attacked. In the hands of our enemies, such knowledge could be used to track and kill Jedi, find other enclaves, gathering places. And so much has been plundered from here that now many secrets of the Jedi have been spread throughout the galaxy. So I did what I could, attempting to let myself be captured. I hoped that it would lead me to the Sith and the stolen artifacts.
Unlikely. Did you find any presence of the Sith on Dantooine?
The Sith attacked this place once, and only they would seek the death of the Jedi with such obsession, and be able to be as successful as they have. But the destruction of Dantooine, it is difficult to sense the presence of any Force users here. If any Sith are here, I cannot detect them.
But that is not the only reason you came to Dantooine.
Yes. Perhaps I wish to see this place one more time. It has changed much, as I knew it had, but I had to see it for myself. You have more questions for me?
I need to know why you cast me out of the Order.
Because you defied the Council and followed Revan to war. And from that war came another. Do you know how many worlds were destroyed in those wars? Dantooine, Telos, Sirocco? Do you see now why we counseled caution instead of action? You were the only one to come back and face judgment. But that was because you had lost your connection to the Force. Another casualty of war. No doubt you still blame us for your exile. I had hoped your isolation would give you time to reflect on what had happened, what you had done. But I see it as not. You have more questions for me?
But why did you cut me off from the Force?
We did nothing to you. Accuse us if you will, but it will not change the truth. Cutting one off from the Force. Such punishments are reserved for only a few. Although it was within our power, we did not inflict such a loss upon you. Your loss was a casualty of war, no more.
Then what happened to me?
Perhaps that is a question you should ask yourself. It is not something I could help you with, even if I wanted to.
I've re-established my connection to the Force.
Perhaps it is Dantooine, but I do not feel such from you. I feel nothing but what I felt in the Council Judgment Chamber on Coruscant so long ago. Still, you and your connections were often a subject of debate in the Council. It is possible that returning to known space, journeying with others, has caused the Force to stir within you again. You have more questions for me?
At the end of my trial, you and the other Masters said something had happened to me. What was it?
You have seen the end of your trial? Perhaps you would like to explain how you came to this knowledge.
It was in a holo transcription I acquired.
That was intended only for the Jedi Council. If what remains of the Council chooses to tell you, then I will abide by their decision and its consequences.
Don't you think I have a right to know?
There is little I can tell you. Master Kavar felt something had happened to you in the war, but all he had was suspicions, not truths. And Kavar was too close to you in any event. He, too, felt the call of war and took to battle more than a Jedi should. His speculations would not help you now, but enough of this. It is knowledge for the Council alone until they choose to reveal it. You have more questions for me?
Do you know anything of force bonds and how to end them?
Force bonds? Yes. It is the bond that grows between master and student. Are you saying you have bonded with another?
Yes, and the connection is lethal.
Such bonds normally grant strength to both, but not to such a degree. Are you certain? Perhaps it is merely what you believe. Still, your ability to form such connections, to influence others, was always a subject of discussion, even when you were a student here. Perhaps it is a punishment of a sort. But a bond that ties two lives together, such bonds do not seem natural to me. And with your loss of connection to the Force, it seems such a connection would be impossible. Perhaps it is still, it is
We've
possible.
already heard this.
You have more questions for?
Already heard that bit. The Sith have revealed themselves.
Have they? I've seen no evidence of them upon Dantooine. Only murderers and raiders.
They exist, and they have already attacked me.
Why would they attack you? You are no Jedi. You cannot feel the Force.
I do not know, but they believe me to be a Jedi.
For some reason, I believe you. Still, I am curious as to how they would know to find you. Your trial was not public knowledge. Regardless, these Sith have struck, and you survived. This is more knowledge than I had before. And that means the Jedi may gather. If you can find others, or find some trace of the Sith threat, then we shall gather here on Dantooine. And from there we may decide what can be done. You have more questions for me?
Nope. Pretty much done.
I suppose there is something I should show you. It will keep you alive long enough to prove useful. When you are facing a long campaign, you need to be more conservative with how you use your Force energy. This form gives you increased Force affinity. In simple terms, it helps you to quickly regenerate Force energy in the middle of a fight. I don't know how you learned that so quickly. Still, your form is sloppy. Keep practicing to tighten it up and you'll be fine.
Yeah, we just picked up another lightsaber just like that. It's a purple. Alright.
They say the Jedi saved us from the mercenaries. I guess we should stop blaming them for the troubles on Dantooine.
Yeah, I guess you should.
Are you waiting for the administrator too?
Here's Sulru. For some reason, he reverts back to his regular dialogue. Seems a bit of a bug. Ubese environmental suit. What's up, Dopak?
It was pretty brave of you to stand up to Azkul like that. Your resolve made me finally take action against him.
What happened to your visor? You were wearing one before. What will you do now?
I plan to leave Dantooine with as many of my men as will come with me, and look for some work that is more honorable than wholesale slaughter of civilians.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Thanks again, and good luck to you.
Whatever correspondence Zaron was having with this guy, it made him have made him change sides at a critical moment. Also, I leveled up. I should probably do something with that. powers shalt I learneth. Wait till level 18 to get Force Storm. Then we'll be really knocking him out. Let me revitalize. Did pretty good. Is Adam LARP missing? Last time I did this, LARP disappeared. Yeah, after the battle, he completely fucking vanishes. So, if he had anything you wanted, you better buy it from him before the defense of the Khoonda starts. Otherwise, he's gone. Nah, I lost one of the turrets. What a shame. His remains up there, but I can't reach him. Doesn't look like anybody who died out here dropped anything.
That was some intense fighting. I'm glad we both made it through. And the mercenaries didn't.
Yeah, people respect us now. Like, actually getting some respect around here. And would you look at that? I do believe I see some HKs that are in need of some pummeling.
Unnecessary observation. Targets acquired. Annoying recitation. Let us proceed to facilitate communications. Recitation. And bring about the termination of hostilities.
So echoey.
Systems failing, monitor. Systems failing, master.
Heal up.
Systems failing, master.
It's so echoey in this one spot. Holy shit. And there's our HK processor. Very, very nice. That's it for Dantooine. Very good. We're done here.
Ready.
Don't really need those
I
on
hear you.
anymore. We did some good here today, and it only took me a few hours. You know, minus the 10 or 15 minutes I spent figuring out why the party swap item wasn't in my inventory.
You're one of those cursed soldiers that tore up Khoonda. Now I have to fix everything you busted. I'll bet you weren't thinking of that.
Nope. Goodbye. Okay. Now we're gonna chat people up, and then we're gonna go to our next destination. We've done our part here. Here's this dopey trout again.
At last, you understand, tiny Jedi.
You? Who are you? What are you doing on this
Enough. What did you see in the web of worlds that have died? What did you see when you saw it through the Force?
I see the death of the galaxy. Of life. First, I thought it was just conquest. But it's more terrible than that. It's an echo, spreading outwards, killing everything. It's not possible.
You are a wasted pawn of the Republic, young one. You could have been so much more, even with your wide-eyed innocence, your naive love for others. Now you understand the magnitude of what is being done.
I know you. Not even the markings of the dark side can hide it. Why have you done this?
I? Do you think I seek the death of all living things? There is no victory in such things. I do not want to win our war like this, little Jedi. When I win, I wish it to be because I was right, my teachings true.
How long have you been here? Among us?
You know the truth. I have always been here, watching and listening to the echo you have found. You know its source and what must be done.
I will not let you hurt her.
Little Jedi, you cannot stop me. But you will forget this. Your mind is worse than the others, so open, so trusting. Your feelings for her are your weakness. Yet I will gift you with this. You will remember what you have discovered when the time is correct. Know that you have seen what formerly only I knew. Now we shall see if you have the strength to stop what comes.
He's an observant fellow, but Kreia don't like that. Hey, Beodur, anything new?
You know, I'm glad I found you again, General.
You were lucky to find me again.
You're right about that. We were together at Malachor. I don't know if anyone else could understand.
So, why are you here?
Getting philosophical on me? I'm here because you found me on Telos and I decided to come along for the ride. Not that I had much choice after we got going.
I mean, why are you still here?
Tired of me already? I was frustrated. Watching the Ithorians getting pushed around by Zerka, I thought I could make a difference, but it was taken away from me. Guess if one planet was good enough for me, why not the galaxy?
Just for the name of the stream, it's an insta-follow? Oh, thank you very much, VP Xenox? VP Neox? Vipsnox? I try with my titles. Every once in a while, I think I come up with a good one. Neox is fine? Alright. Even if you knew what was wrong with it, how would you know where to start?
You just have to know what the circuits look like.
It's all wires and switches to you, huh?
That's the way I see things. Traveling with you, I know there's something else in the universe, but I can't do anything about it anyways, so I'll leave it to you to take care of.
You kinda missed it, though. We, at the, paying the mercenaries credits to heck off didn't actually work out, so we had to use lightsaber and punching. And a lot of shooting. You just missed it. I'll do my best.
Was this something you wanted me for?
I wonder if we have enough influence with him to get him started here. Play since Telos. Yep. Dantooine was the first world we visited, and I just cleaned up, and we're about ready to go and do other stuff. We're gonna go to Onderon next, but first I'm gonna chat everybody up. There's a lot of dialogue to be had.
Having you here has an effect on me, General. I never noticed it years ago. I think my mind was too occupied then.
It's good to hear I'm having a positive effect on you.
I feel calm, more in control. The anger is still there, but I can feel it drifting away. The last years of my life have been defined by it. The Mandalorians, Zerka, and Revan. And above all else, myself, for Malachor.
What about me, for giving the order?
Never, General. It had to be done. My hands destroyed the Mandalorians. I cannot be forgiven for that.
If Ulic Keldroma could be forgiven for waging war against the Republic, you can be forgiven for saving it.
Even if I did it out of hatred of the Mandalorians?
You did it to save us, to protect us from death.
That might be the truth, but I don't want to see it that way. I can't just ignore the blood on my hands.
You've dwelled on the past for too long. You cannot undo history, but you can change the future.
Even if there isn't, I still feel like I need to do something to make up for it.
If you'll let me teach you, the Force can become your shield. I believe you could learn to become a Jedi.
Under your guidance, I feel like I could overcome my anger.
Then we have no time to waste. And our first student is acquired. While his remote freaks out in the background there. Beodur's the only one who gets a training montage. Everyone else is just like, yeah, you're a Jedi now. There you go, block more. If you can't block, dodge. Beodur has now become a Jedi Guardian. Jolly. What crystals did I have on hand? I might want to go over to the Durala and pick up some crystals before I leave. Especially if we're going to start picking up students. We got a blue, we got a violet, we got a bronze. We got another violet and that lightsaber there. Yeah, you know what? Before I go chatting up everybody else, I'm gonna... kind of placed a little bit too tight next to each other. The trouble with the mercenaries was that they're just stubborn. They picked up a big job and their leader was a former Sith trooper who's a very uncompromising, do the job at all costs kind of guy.
What's going on?
Not much chance that you're gonna... I mean, he could pay you off, but you can't pay him off. Alright, now he can... We'll get him making a lightsaber. I think I'm gonna give him blue. He's more into strength than dexterity, so we'll keep him... Get him some lightsaber proficiency. Stun droid and burst of speed. Yeah, you know what? That'll be fine. That'll be fine. Meanwhile, we haven't even taken Vizaz off the ship yet since we got her. Let's just go through here and give her some stuff. Defense, we can tell her to make her lightsaber now that... Ready to fix up. She's already got some stuff here. I like to give everyone healing. At least a little bit of healing. That way they don't... Give her an extra point in charisma. That'll help her out since her alignment's gonna wildly shift. It'll help her use all these powers. In fact, I'm gonna give her more of these. Sort of quickly go through these. We'll have her dual wield. She's already got like the base in the skills, so having her wield two lightsabers doesn't seem like too much of a stretch. We'll have to like find another one for her there, though, or make one for her. So how's your day going? The first person to pop into the chat today. Hope you're having a good day. It's not too hot, I hope. dexterity's already pretty high. Could give her a little more wisdom, too. She's got all these fancy dark side powers. Just joining random KOTOR 2 streams. As you do. As you do. Mainly lurking. That's fair. You are more than welcome to lurk here. Give her Master Defense, just have that all sorted out. Force kill, sure. Yeah, eventually her alignment's gonna shift, but she's still gonna have all these dark side abilities. Keep her with what she probably would have learned the most. They could do on a light side run? Yep. I'm a very light side kind of guy. Give her Flurry, perhaps? Yeah, Flurry, of course. Why wouldn't you give somebody Flurry? Flurry's great. May as well see if we've got some other stuff I can give her here. Dexterity and saves. Give her the gauntlets, sure, why not? Those, give her one of those. Don't have a lot of... When did I get this adrenaline stimulator? Hang on a minute. Maybe I could use that. Yeah, heck, I'm gonna use that one. You can take the inertial inhibitor. And you... Why don't you take the Bothan Precision Gloves? The unarmed accuracy gloves aren't going to do you much good very shortly, because you'll be making a lightsaber. Very shortly. Alright. Actually, you know what? Krea's got the speed.
Yes.
Let's pick up a little pace. Let's pick up the pace here. I apologize for the blurriness. I swear one of these days before I'm done streaming this game, I'm gonna look for a way to get rid of it. Just gonna buy some crystals and then we'll chat up more people. We should. Now that I've completed Dantooine, I should be able to talk to both Handmaiden and Disciple and get their training started. They're both pretty easy. You don't need to take them out too much to get them the influence they need. With Handmaiden, you just need to train with her. And with Disciple, you just need to chat him up.
I heard you were responsible for driving the mercenaries off this rock. That's good. Dantooine was getting too crowded for my taste. I still got some Jedi junk left to sell. You buying?
Yes I am.
Certainly. Take your time. Look through the pile.
Alright, what do we got? I'll buy one of every crystal I don't got. So I'll take a yellow. I'll take a red. I'll use that for Azaz's offhand saber, once I make her one. I'll take green. Do I have a Viridian? I don't have a Viridian. I'll take one of those. And I don't have an orange, the most disappointing color in the game because it just looks like yellow. I think I had a bronze on hand? I think the only color I don't have now is silver. Which is this color I want to give to Handmaiden once I train her up. She's got the whole white thing going on. White, she gets a white robe, she gets white hair. Well, she has white hair. So give her a white lightsaber. Makes sense. Complete the look. Ah, we're slow again. Krea, please. Give us the blur. The blurry speed. Oh, right, and there's one other thing I should do before we leave. I should kill the Rancor. Or I should at least try to do it again. For giggles. So goddamn blurry. Oh hey, somebody dropped something over here. All those people who attacked us and only one of them dropped a friggin' repair kit. Alright, there's a bastard. How I was about... Handmaiden's got the most punch. So let's bring her on here. Where did that stray Kinrath go? There was like one Kinrath out here, and it's gone. Huh. I wonder if it cleared out because of the mercenary attack. Also, the other militia guy's gone as well. Maybe the Rancor ate him. Alright, attack!
More where that came from.
Zap him. Oh, this is going way better than the first time I tried to fight him. Ouch. Seriously, who brought a Rancor to Dantooine and just let it wander around? He was carrying a lightsaber. Okay, now we're done with this planet. We're gonna chat some people up, start their training. And there should be enough time left to get Onderon started by the time I'm done. I imagine there is a lot of talk. I would imagine. I don't know why I'm saying I imagine things. I know.
Charanana gundoso remina ke lorak tu katada.
Now, before I go, since I'm almost out of parts, let me... Oh, wait a minute, I didn't want to buy repair kits. I have to keep re-clicking on this. I have a lot of money on hand, but... make up for the part deficit from getting all those droids working again. Good, now that Beodur's training is done, most of my time spent on Onderon will be spent getting HK's influence down. Perfect, I knew coming to Dantooine would be a smart decision.
Betrayal. Machines. A passion for such things defies me.
Oh man, Kreia, don't bully my droid. Hey, don't bully T3. He's a good boy. He doesn't deserve that. Listen, if you want to zap somebody, zap Atten. He probably deserves it. Alright, pardon me for a hot second. I need to take a quick visit to the bathroom. Apologies for the interruption. I also needed to get some more water. Summer cannot end fast enough. Alright, who do we want to chat up first? Actually, you know what? Since we got that last part, let's get all HK booted up. Pardon my rampant misuse of the saves. What is this room, actually? I never actually took a close look at it. It's got sinks. Is this the fresher room? I never gave it a close look. Maybe this is the shower. I never thought about that. I always just thought it was a closet. Let's install the processor. You've installed the processor. There's a low hum from within the droid and the sound of circuits sparking, restoring power throughout the droid systems.
Diagnostic. HK-47 activated. Running checks through primary systems. Assessment. It appears I have suffered considerable damage and dismemberment. I can feel all the cracks in my motivators. And my central control cluster seems to have taken several repeated blaster shots at close range. How crude.
Any idea what happened to you?
Answer. It seems you would know more than I. My memory centers are experiencing some setbacks. Reflection. Of course, for some reason, that does not alarm me. I suspect I have suffered such repeated memory failures before. Still, the loss of my higher combat and assassination protocols is shameful and degrading.
You're an assassin droid?
Recitation. Yes, as I said, I am an assassin droid. It is my primary function to burn holes through meat bags that you wish removed from the galaxy. Master, oh, how I hate that term.
Meatbag?
Answer. No, Master. I said it again.
Well, get used to it.
Answer. Yes, Master.
I'm not sure I like the idea of having an assassin droid on board.
Answer. Well, I am not certain I like the idea of a master who feels reservations at having an assassination droid at their disposal. In fact, it brings with it a certain sense of dread that you may actually not use me to my full capabilities.
Alright, listen, you're not killing anyone unless it's self-defense. Even then, I don't want you acting without my orders.
Answer. Yes, Master. HK-47 is ready to serve.
HK-47 has joined your party. His few remaining assassination protocols allow him to do more damage to opponents with blasters and rifles. Ah, heck, we could have gotten a bit more dialogue out of him. Hold on a minute. I shouldn't have picked those options first. Let me go back real quick. See, this is why I rampantly save. You don't want to miss any of HK's dialogue, especially. He's the life of the party.
Diagnostic.
Why were you in our storage hold?
Answer. I do not know, Master. It is curious that I was here, although this place does seem familiar. Extrapolation. Perhaps someone was already in the process of rebuilding me. It may be I was needed for some task.
You look a lot like the series of droids that have attacked me.
Answer. Oh, that is impossible, Master. If I were out to kill you, we would not be speaking. And regardless, I am a unique model. Why, to think that there would be other versions of me would be unacceptable.
Well, there are at least 4 other, now defunct versions of you in the galaxy. Actually, let's count. There was one on Paragus. Then there were the 3 on Telos. And then there were a total of 6 on Dantooine. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's actually at least 10 defunct versions.
Statement. Master, I must inform you that your attempts at humor are wasted on a droid such as I. As I have expressed, I am unique.
No, that's not the case anymore. There's a series of HK-50 droids sharing your model and function, and we have encountered on multiple occasions.
Resignation. Very well, Master. If you persist in your attempts at humor, I shall indulge you. Let me check the ship's records, and we will settle this matter once and for all. Conclusion. You speak the truth. This discovery is also causing me some degree of anger and humiliation.
Are you alright?
Mockery. Am I alright? Oh, yes, Master. Why, I am fine. Statement. I've only just been reactivated, only to find that there are substandard duplicates of me running all over the galaxy, corroding my good name. But if they are in fact hunting you, then I look forward to the opportunity to meet these units and educate them in proper assassination protocols. Conclusion. So it seems I need you for the time being. Rest up.
Alright, now we've already heard all this. Let's just get through here. Yep. There we go. I just wanted to hear that bit. Shattering the knowledge of his uniqueness. And there's more we can chat him up about.
Statement. Master, I must express some degree of concern. As I have studied your actions, looking for potential vulnerabilities to exploit, I have found several.
You haven't traveled with me at all. I just reactivated you 5 minutes ago. And you're already trying to calculate my vulnerabilities. Why are you studying me for vulnerabilities?
Statement. Master, it is nothing personal, but professional pride dictates that I keep a running tally on any potential weaknesses in my masters. And of course, the weaknesses of any other sentient meatbags, droids, or other targets who are in service to my master.
If you're planning to assassinate me, then you're asking for trouble.
Hypothetical. Master, it is entirely possible that one day you may no longer be my master, and that my new master might get jealous of our prior relationship. It has happened before. As a result, I have a responsibility to know your weaknesses should I be required to assassinate you.
Well, you don't have to call me master.
Statement. Oh, I am aware of that, Master. I simply use it to give you the illusion of control and obedience. Humans often need such comforts until the end comes.
There is no illusion of control. You answer to me.
Statement. Of course I do, Master. Until the end.
What do you mean, the end?
Consolation, Master. Everyone dies eventually, and not all of them by my hand. Even droids die when not routinely maintained, sadly enough. Statement. Ah, you wish to conduct an interrogation? Very well, proceed.
Interrogation?
Statement. Oh, yes, Master. Pain is really the only reliable means by which truth may be obtained, or so I choose to believe.
It's not an interrogation, I just want to ask you some questions.
Statement. Very well, Master. But if you wish to be brutal and vicious about it, know that I am trained for such things. Do your worst.
Enough with the interrogation already. When I ask you questions, it means I'll ask questions without torturing you.
Statement. Master, I am no behavior droid, but it is obvious to me that you have serious ethical problems that will need to be treated at some point. Very well. Ask your questions. If you feel the need to make it an interrogation, however, do not restrain yourself. I would be saddened if you held back.
He was so good, they had to bring him back.
Who was your previous master? Answer. Master, ironically enough, I seem to have developed a sudden bout of memory loss. I shall struggle to recall an answer to your question, but for now, it is sadly beyond my capabilities. Consolation. Besides, you are a fine master. Do not be worried about being rendered insignificant if I were to inadvertently compare to some silly old master I once possessed. Statement. More questions. Wonderful.
Since we're going light side, we gotta go out of our way to lose a lot of influence. Fortunately, Onderon is absolutely filled with such opportunities. We'll get to the bottom of his dialogue, rest assured. What can we talk to him about? Do you know anything about the Sith hunting us?
Answer. No, Master, I do not. I am afraid I have been out of touch with the Sith for many years. This new Sith threat fights differently than the ones I was familiar with. These seem to favor stealth and assassination to achieve their ends.
Any idea where they might be striking from?
Answer. No, Master. The Sith had many hidden bases and strongholds before and during the Jedi Civil War, and I doubt the Republic found them all. Theory. It is possible that the Sith still hold one such base, if not several. Consolation. But I would not worry, Master. I imagine it will not be long before their murderous hands try to seize you by the throat. Twi'lek metaphor. Jonta bosi kita masih soringada utamiasa grauino roto.
Yeah, well, Krek beetles are a lot smaller than our enemies.
Query. Master, excuse me. One thing I have noticed as we travel the galaxy, you seem to possess the ability to understand a variety of alien languages. Forgive me, but that does not seem in keeping with my assessment of your talents.
I picked up a sonic imprint sensor on Paragus. It doubles as a translator.
Query. May I see it?
Of course. I don't see why not.
Observation. This is indeed familiar. Indeed, it seems to be modeled after my vocabulator, with some modifications, of course. Curious. You say you obtained this device on Paragus.
I'm not sure I'm going to like what you're about to tell me.
Observation. Master, I do believe this device serves multiple functions, including tracking your position for any HK units in the vicinity.
Can we use it to track them?
Confirmation. Yes, Master, I believe so. Of course, we would need to find 3 separate HK squads and use this device in order to target their base.
So we just wait.
Answer. Master, the nature of the signal from the sonic imprint sensor is such that we must wait until it is signaled. It does not please me any more than it does you, but one of the primary traits of an assassin or assassin droid is patience.
Alright, more questions.
Statement. More questions. Wonderful.
For a sophisticated assassin droid, you don't seem as advanced as you should be.
Statement. Master, you wound me. Not physically, but in my behavior core. It is true that I once possessed many more protocols and upgrades, but time and damage has taken its toll. And I am afraid that I have a rather long history of memory problems, which has also compromised my effectiveness as well. Still, you will find me a valuable asset, Master, willing and able to terminate anything you point me towards.
I have more questions.
Statement.
I like the idea of him, like, expressing surprise as a statement. It's like, statement. I have been startled. How did you get scattered all over the galaxy?
Theory. Well, Master, I believe I was shot repeatedly. Once reduced to my component parts, I suspect pieces of me were sold across the galaxy. Statement. I am an extremely valuable piece of equipment after all, Master. My parts were no doubt costly to obtain, and their new owners hesitant to part with them.
It was something of a pain, yes.
Statement. That is indeed unfortunate, Master. It is merely another thing my attacker will answer for. I would be most distressed if you were to shoot me, attack me, or dismember me in any way. I do not wish to repeat the experience. Statement.
I wanted to talk about the other HK units.
Statement. Yes. Them. Very well. What did you wish to know?
You know where these clones are being created?
Answer. Master, I do not know. I have tried in vain to find it, but so far the location of the factory churning out these copies has eluded me.
But how did this happen?
Statement. I have no idea, Master.
What was that? It sounded like a malfunction.
Statement. Oh no, Master, surely you are mistaken. I would never malfunction in such a way on purpose.
Are you sure you don't know where they're striking from?
Prompt. Do you understand me? I have no idea. It certainly isn't a matter of it being locked in my memory core and being unable to communicate it to others.
And how would this information come out if it was locked in your memory core?
Answer. I fear that any such information that exists would only come out when a certain sequence of events takes place. That is why I am eager to encounter more of these clones in the hopes that something clicks that allows me to finally pull the trigger. Statement. What of them?
Why do you need me?
Statement. Master, there are two reasons for this. One, the probability of them showing up around you is statistically high. If I travel with you, then my chances of encountering these clones is also high. The second reason is a little more complicated. You see, even though those clones are obviously cheap, artless imitations of me, well, they are still me.
What are you on about?
Answer. Somehow these droids are built from my schematics. This causes certain complications.
That still doesn't explain why you need me. What complications?
Answer. Because of my self-preservation program, my behavior core recognizes these templates as still being me, despite their individuality. I could no more shoot them than I could shoot myself. It is a frustrating situation that has been looping through my behavior core for some time. Statement.
Do you know why they hunt me?
Answer. Well, Master, it seems you have become a popular individual in the galaxy. This is somewhat surprising to me, since this dissemination of information could not have been caused by your actions alone.
How so?
Statement. Master, there is mention of you specifically in the Corward databases, even in public terminals on Coruscant. Observation. I was led to believe that this information concerning Jedi was not for public consumption, yet somehow it has been made known to them.
I wonder exactly what information. She was a general serving with the Republic, so there would be information about her that would presumably be at least somewhat public. It must be very specific Jedi-related knowledge that wouldn't have left the Enclave, but... Why would someone do that?
Conclusion. Someone wants everyone to know that you exist, Master, and that you are back in Republic space. If I did not know better, which is computationally impossible, I believe that someone wants to make you a target, and they are succeeding admirably.
Who?
Answer. Master, my feeling would be the exchange. But that doesn't seem to be enough to answer the question, however. Rhetorical. Why wouldn't they have simply kept the information to themselves? Such an answer does not address the central question. And that is, why someone would choose to broadcast your location all over the known galaxy. Theory. My suspicion is that someone is using you as bait for a larger target, who is unknown at this time.
He is very astute. This droid sounds like your university mentor. Was your university mentor prone to assassinating people? And was he a robot? Because if so, you had the coolest mentor anyone could have possibly had.
Statement. What of them?
Not sure and no. Why are they masquerading as protocol droids?
Answer. Master, as part of my original programming, I am able to communicate in over 600 languages. This usually amounted to short verbal warnings when killing non-basic speaking targets, which gave me some small measure of satisfaction.
So a good portion of your programming was adapted from protocol subroutines?
Answer. Yes. I believe my original master needed this functionality in order to recover information from various indigenous tribes across the galaxy, but I know little else than that. Suffice to say that that translation capability allowed these copies of myself to assume the role of protocol and translation droids in much of known space. That is, of course, not their primary function. And while they are attempting to pass themselves off as translation droids, their primary functionality keeps rising to the forefront.
Explain.
Recitation. For example, on Praven Prime, the simple transferring of Elzing syntax for friendship changes its meaning and implies that one's broodmate was actually impregnated by their own host.
If that was spoken aloud, then it would explain much. Is that what happened?
Confirmation. Oh, truly. You can imagine the results. Statement. This comment, of course, caused a civil war between the Guvandi Collective and Elzing that still persists to the current date.
Do any of these incidents have wider repercussions?
Answer. Yes, Master. Such incidents often spread outwards from their point of origin, much like an echo.
Why did you say that just now?
Query. What do you mean, Master?
The echo. Why did you say that?
Answer. It is something I heard a previous master say before, I believe, but I cannot recall the context. Still, somehow it seemed applicable to this situation. Odd.
People do like throwing that word around here. What repercussions did Praven Prime have?
Answer. In the case of Praven Prime, the Civil War actually forced the Republic to back out of Guvandi's space and let their world fall from Republic control. As I understand it, that would be best. Keeping such a world would have been a token gesture of control. As an added burden, the resources needed to invest in diplomatic and trade relations would have far outweighed what would have been required. Besides, Master, quite frankly, the Guvandi and Elzing needed a good war. They were races that relied more on words than actions, and a good brisk killing woke them from their torpid state. Also, the result of the war will be that the drastically reduced Elzing population will eventually need to call upon the Republic for emergency relief.
And that's a good thing?
Answer. The Republic stands to gain. The Republic will be able to supply such emergency relief at a fraction of the cost to the now reduced population. Of course, such aid would only come 4 or 5 years after the war was started. One would have to be patient and let death and destruction run its course.
But why are they masquerading as protocol droids? Sometimes you get the opportunity to ask a lot of dumb questions, but they do lead to some interesting conversation.
Answer. Master, being a meatbag, your answer does not surprise me. You see, part of the reason an assassin droid is so effective is because it is a droid. Meatbags tend not to notice us. We are treated as furnishings. Statement. Oh, do shut up, you beeping little trash compactor. Anyway, as I was saying, droids tend to blend into the background, like a bench or a card table. Mockery. Droid, fetch this. Droid, translate that. Droid, clean out the trash compactor.
Those are typical droid duties, but it doesn't mean they should be treated as furniture.
Part of the love of my function comes when the furnishings pull out Tabana-powered rifles and point them at the owner's heads. My identity as an assassin droid was unknown for quite some time, even during the recent events when all that trouble occurred amongst the Jedi. I'm sure you've already heard more than enough about it, so I will spare you the details.
Actually, I would like to know.
Statement. This story may be somewhat unfamiliar to you, if not to history, so bear with me. There is a faction of meatbags called the Sith. They want what any rational meatbag would want, the power to assassinate anyone they choose at any time. In a startling turn of events, the Sith declared war on the Republic. The Republic wasn't going to stand for it, so they went to war right back.
Why did they go to war with the Republic?
Answer. Oh, who knows, Master? It is evident that the Sith would very much like to assassinate all the Jedi, which is somewhat the equivalent of cultural suicide since some Sith are Jedi or were Jedi. It is much like the circumstance I find myself in now. How do you kill such an integral part of yourself over such ethical differences? The answer, of course, is that you keep firing until all dissension has been eradicated. Statement. Ah, yes, them. Very well. What did you wish to know?
Was there anything else we could chat him up about? And we got a few more things. Why did they start revealing themselves now?
Answer. I do not know why these clones chose now to start revealing themselves. Theory. I can only assume that some critical moment is approaching where stealth and subtlety is no longer required. Not that those Durasteel-plated knockoffs know anything of stealth or subtlety. Observation. It is clear, however, that they have been placed throughout the galaxy at critical junctures, both in the Republic fleet and in neutral worlds, and they seem to be looking for Jedi.
Does HK know what love is, though? Oh, yes, he does. He most certainly does.
Statement.
You sound pretty disgusted by these duplicates.
Answer. My feelings on the matter are something that I feel I must put in proper context, in a way that even a meatbag such as yourself could easily comprehend. Theory. Imagine, if you will, that you are unique, the pinnacle of an exiled, cast-out Jedi who can't even use the Force. Imagine that no one has sunk lower than you, that you are truly the most miserable example of a Jedi ever.
Okay, I get it already. Is this going somewhere?
Continuation. Now that you have that image, imagine this. Someone clones you. Badly, I might add. They make the clones talk differently, rob you of any shred of personality, and take your Jedi code and adjust it, so that it is not really the Jedi code anymore. They even change your pigmentation to a rather poor shade of Durasteel, rather than the proper rusty red that inspires fear in targets. And of course, they refer to meatbags as organics. Unacceptable.
They really don't seem that different from you, actually.
Indignation. Have you gone deaf? Surely you've heard them speak, and instantly you can tell the difference between them and I.
From the voice? But you all sound exactly the same.
Statement. If Master would just listen to their voices sound nothing like me. They have none of the looping, static-filled, sinister background hiss that I am known for.
Okay, yeah, so that explains your anger.
Clarification. Anger would be an understatement for the heat that builds up in my behavior core when these cheap imitations make their presence felt throughout the galaxy. Statement. Part of the indignity of all these copies is that they impair my ability to perform my function. The more people throughout the galaxy recognize me as an illegal assassination device, the more difficulty I will have in carrying out my mission.
And we'll chat him up more later. Who's next? Where are my skills at, actually? Skills. Air use. I might be able to get T3's final upgrades done. I'd like to upgrade your core again. Let's tackle some of the higher functions. Alright, how do you feel? An additional 1 intelligence and 1 wisdom. I don't know. While I was working on you, I felt estranged and detached. There's one more upgrade we can do, but let's get out of the engine room so we're out of the noise. Out of the noise zone. Alright, let's do some more advanced maintenance is in order. Lock your motivators? Lock your motivators and unlock the side panel. Yeah, you'll be tougher and faster. No, you won't be able to fly, but jets on a T3 unit would only make you look like a mutated swoop bike. Mayhaps that was a subtle jab at R2-D2 getting little thrusters in whichever movie that was. I haven't seen those in a long time. Alright, dexterity and constitution up. No, I'm fine. I just got caught up in my work. Do you mind if I try working on you one last time? I keep feeling like there's something I'm missing. Alright then, but be still. Calm yourself. I might need a few more points to pull this off. You have gained 1 wisdom and recovered a part of your connection to the Force. Learning a moving meditation to calm the mind. I feel... never felt better. Was I out for a long time? If T3 is wounded and you both are not in combat, speak to him to meditate and recover some of your Force points. Not a very useful ability. At least, not on normal. Maybe on harder, if you're losing more health and Force. Oh damn, and we leveled up again. That was a big boost of experience. Let's go with weapon specialization for lightsaber. Ah, we can get Force Storm now. Excellent. We have the power of the ultimate... Well, we don't have the ultimate zap power yet. Oh, we have the base ability to be sure, but there's something else we need to make it even better. Right, now who to chat up? Let's get Disciples thing going. He's got a lot to say, and once we get it all said, we can get him training.
There is something I have observed, and now I feel I must say it. I have found your presence to be inspiring. With your growth in the Force, you seem to have found your center, and throughout the dangers we face, you remain calm and focused.
You're right. I've never felt better.
I understand now why others followed you to war. Perhaps that is what leadership is. And it is something I have seen in only a few during my travels. In any event, it has been some time since I traveled with a Jedi, nor one so firmly upon the path. I wanted to thank you. I fear the stories that were spoken of you have misrepresented you. And if I have the opportunity, I shall reverse them whenever they arise.
Thank you for your kind words, but they are not necessary.
Very well. Then I shall keep my favorable opinions to myself.
Have some questions?
That is hardly surprising. What do you wish to know?
What do you do again? Actually, no. What are you doing? You gotta make sure it's entirely possible to get his training started just by talking to him about everything and getting some of the right responses in. He's super easy to gain influence with. I could say he looks familiar, but we need to handle everything else first. What do you do again?
I am an historian and scientist working for the Republic. I have some training in the medical arts.
Yeah, we heard that before.
I'm in need of healing as well. But my chief passion is history. I came to Dantooine in the hopes of finding some trace of the Jedi. But you know how my explorations turned out. Instead, it seems a Jedi came to me. And just in time.
What are you doing for the Republic? Actually, let's focus on that. You said you had medical training.
Yes. I have been trained by some of the best researchers in the Republic, which is a humbling experience, let me tell you. But if you ever need some medical items broken down or constructed, let me know. That is hardly surprising.
Yeah, what are you doing for the Republic?
I am on a diplomatic mission. I am one of several tasked with attempting to contact any remaining Jedi and convince them to return to the Republic.
Why did they choose you?
I know something of the Jedi. I have studied them for a good portion of my life, and now that they are gone, such studies are even more important.
Have you had any luck?
I do not think it is a matter of luck or chance, only my own inability to find them. I'm afraid that the life of a bounty hunter is not a profession I am suited to. Regardless, my efforts turned up nothing.
Do you know what happened to the Jedi?
No. It is something of a mystery why they would exile themselves as they have. It is not the way of the Jedi to vanish in such a way, especially when the Republic is in need of them. I fear that there is something else at work, something that we cannot see. Then again, perhaps the Jedi are hiding simply because so many people hate them these days.
Why do you think people hate the Jedi?
It is difficult sometimes for the Jedi to see such things, since much of it is rooted in human nature, and the Jedi are often removed from events of daily life, insulated. But the reason the Jedi Civil War was named such was because few in the galaxy can recognize the difference between the Sith and the Jedi. To them, they are both Jedi, with different philosophies.
The Jedi have protected the galaxy for centuries. Seek peace, often through sacrifice.
Not always. Jedi often fall. They cause much harm on Onderon, for example, in the name of peace and protection. Uleg Keldroma and Exar Kun, the two Dark Lords during the Sith War many decades ago, were once Jedi Knights, as were Revan and Malak. It is perhaps more amazing that some still trust Jedi after many have fallen and endangered the galaxy. It is also proof that a single Force wielder can change the face of the galaxy. And that is a frightening thing indeed.
Do you hate the Jedi?
Hate? No. I do not hate them. They only raise questions without answers. Jedi are not supposed to be like the rest of us. They are supposed to see a higher purpose in all things, and they are supposed to train students responsibly and well, so mistakes of the past are not repeated. Yet all I saw was ignorance and arrogance.
Didn't we already talk about this? We talked about this before.
It is difficult to follow the Jedi Code when so few others have. But you know this.
And we talked about all this when we met him.
The problems with the Jedi are my own. I do not wish to burden you with my troubles.
Yeah.
That is hardly surprising.
Tell me about the Republic.
I do not know if you are aware of how fragile the Republic is at the moment. Its influence is stretched thin, and it grows weaker with time. Still, there is hope, and I must remind myself of it, even when times grow dark. As long as we hold Onderon and Telos, then perhaps we have a chance.
Why Telos and Onderon? Well, what needs to be done to save the Republic?
There are many factors. Aside from protecting Telos and Onderon, we need a rallying force. We need the Jedi, even if they are just figureheads. That is why I traveled to Dantooine, to find some trace of them.
Why is the Order so important?
The Jedi are a symbol. As much damage as their reputation took during the Sith War and the Jedi Civil War, there are still many who they serve as an example. Plus, there have been times in the past where a single Jedi has been enough to change the face of a world, or a galaxy. I suppose I still believe that might be possible. Despite the betrayal of many of the Jedi against the Republic, I must concede that as figureheads, they do serve a vital role.
Why is Dantooine important?
Dantooine was one of the few Republic worlds on the Outer Rim. It is why the Republic is attempting to get the settlement up and running. But now that you have protected the settlement on Dantooine, it will serve to stabilize the Republic presence on the Rim.
Why Telos and Onderon?
The Republic is fragile right now. Telos is important because its success will determine whether or not the other dead worlds receive the same reconstruction efforts. If Telos is rebuilt and made habitable again, it will affect a string of worlds along the Rim.
And Onderon?
Onderon, strangely enough, was unaffected by the Jedi Civil War. It's almost as if Revan didn't want to attack it. Its resources and position on the Rim make it a vital supply line and guard post against Outer Rim attacks. Also, it's the only world in the Republic still capable of seeding ecosystems into other dead worlds. Onderon's wildlife is some of the most aggressive in the known galaxy. Merely placing some of those beasts on target worlds will guarantee their habitation for years to come.
How did this happen?
The Jedi Civil War brought much suffering to the galaxy, and the forces that Malak and Revan amassed against us seemed limitless. Many worlds were destroyed, trade routes disrupted, and the Republic fleet was almost decimated. While it is said that Revan and several Republic heroes and Jedi defeated Malak, in many ways Malak had already won.
What do you mean?
The war was costly, and it shattered the Republic. In time, the Republic might recover, but if a threat strikes now, if certain key worlds are not held, then the Republic will collapse.
And we must do what we can to defend the Republic.
That is my thought. The Republic is not without its flaws, but it is preferable to anarchy. Without supply lines and a standing military, the chaos that would result would be greater than the Mandalorian Wars. That is hardly surprising.
Anything else? What do you know about force bonding?
A force bond? What do you mean?
I have a connection with another that could be lethal to us both.
I'm not sure I understand.
I have a bond with another that transmits pain across distances. If she suffers, I suffer. If she dies, there's a chance I'll die too. Thinking. You were thinking something. Tell me.
No. I thought I had heard mention of such connections in some of the holocrons, but I do not possess them. They are part of the holocrons that were taken from the Enclave.
Where would the holocrons be?
I do not know. I do not know who has taken them. If we were to find them, perhaps I could help you find the answers you need.
What do you remember about the bonds?
I know some of what you speak. It is said that when a Jedi and Padawan establish a close connection, that they can feel each other across distances and coordinate their movements in battle. The intensity of the connection varies. That bonding is said to also be something that manifests itself in such techniques as Bastila's battle meditation, the ability to touch the minds of others, to demoralize or inspire them. It is also said that moments of death or near death may also cause such bonds. The stronger one is in the Force, the stronger the connection.
Is such a bond ever lethal?
I've never heard of a bond being lethal. I suppose such a thing is possible. I had not truly believed Bastila's battle meditation until I had seen it in action.
You said feel each other across distances. What about each other's thoughts?
Thoughts. Images, perhaps, but not actual communication and words. A bond often causes a sensation to be passed along it, such as extreme fear and pain. Still, I have seen Jedi who have the ability to communicate with aliens and beasts. It is a rare thing. Perhaps telepathy is one such talent. That is hardly surprising. Forgive me, but there is something I must ask. In my study of the Jedi histories and the more contemporary records, I have heard tales of a Jedi who was exiled. You are that Jedi. But the records are somewhat evasive on why this was done. I wanted to discuss why you chose to leave the Jedi Order and accept exile.
I left to protect the innocents on the Outer Rim.
I see. And because you went to war, they cast you out?
That was my belief, but recent discoveries seem to indicate there may have been other causes.
Do you have a record of this trial?
Yeah, T3M4 has a copy of it.
Perhaps I shall examine it when I get the chance. With your permission.
You are free to do so.
I appreciate your trust. Thank you.
Very well, I'll be going now. And I'm back. Let us continue.
I have studied the holorecord of your trial. I am unsure what to make of it. I must confess that I was searching for some meaning beyond the records. A reason for why one would leave the Order.
I didn't leave. I was exiled.
Yes, but exile is rare, and I have found it is not really something that the Order can enforce. Believe it or not, it was really your choice.
You saw the record somehow within the last 10 to 15 seconds. It was a sentence.
I don't think so. Perhaps some of them felt strongly about your sentence, but I think something else concerned them. Again, the choice to turn away was yours, not theirs.
Are you sure I don't know you? You look familiar, more so than before.
You are correct. I am afraid I have not been entirely open with you concerning my past. If I look familiar, it is because we have met before, at the Enclave on Dantooine, many years ago. As on Coruscant, Force-sensitive children are taken to Dantooine as well, though it is done rarely and only with those they believe are destined to become Jedi Knights. It is the secret nature of the place. If you are not chosen by a master when you have come of age, however, then the path of the Jedi is denied to you. I met you on Dantooine, long ago, briefly. You taught us how to move within the Force and see it flow within others. How to see it in the behaviors of others and use that sight to achieve truth. It is difficult to explain the difference between you and Master Vrook, but I think it is because he was knowledgeable, but not a leader, not a mentor. You were different. We could all feel it. And I knew that if I were to have a master, I would want it to be you. And then you went to war. Many Jedi went to war, and the Jedi Masters proclaimed that you were Jedi no longer. Atris, the mistress of the Archives, was first among them. I knew at that moment that if you would no longer be a Jedi, then you must be correct. I realized I did not want to be a Jedi. Instead, I wished to follow your path, and in any event, there was no one to train me, even if I wished it. They all went to war, as I grew past the age of acceptance.
So you turned away from the Jedi because of me?
It is possible to forget the Force, you know. If you have not felt it strongly enough, then there is little to miss. But I never felt the Force as strongly as I did when I was with you. And so I decided to serve the Republic, study the Jedi teachings, gather them perhaps. It was important to me to understand the Jedi now that they were gone. I felt some part of you should be preserved, so that your lessons would not be lost.
I'm sorry that my leavings for the war had such consequences for your future.
Perhaps. I still harbor doubts about the path I walked.
I could train you to feel the Force again.
I think you are right. It is time. I have watched you. You have become strong in the Force again. But that is not all. You have achieved a center in the chaos around us. I have felt it, my master. The one intended for me, left to fight in the Mandalorian wars. Now she has returned. And I ask her now if she will train me in the ways of the Force.
Are your feelings on this matter clear? Become a Jedi is not an easy path.
They are. The one who was to be my master was lost at Malachor 5.
So it ends.
I want you to teach me the ways of the Force, to become a Jedi Knight, what I meant to be.
Then let us meditate and open ourselves to the Force. Imagine the initial teachings of the Jedi, your first steps within the Enclave. Remember the wind among the plains of Dantooine. Then feel the life around you. Think of what you felt when our paths crossed again. Put the fucking sword down, we're meditating. And at last, see the galaxy through the Force. The disciple has taken the first steps on the path of the Jedi Counselor. He will grow in ability as you travel. Huh. It didn't bug out like it did with my other character. I wonder if that was because the other character was male. The saber mod I'm using lets them make their own lightsabers, and when I was playing with the other character, who was a guy, he started, like, he did the kneeling thing, and he started talking about, like, oh, the master who left in the war, but then it got interrupted midway through by the saber construction dialogue. And I thought the mod was broken, because it's like, okay, now he's making a lightsaber, but he can't equip it because he didn't actually become a Jedi yet, because it interrupted. I seem to have corrected the issue now. Oh no, I think Neox left. I just clicked over real quick to see if he was still lurking. You are lurking? Okay, yeah, you are there. I just checked, like, the users in chat thing, and I didn't see you in there. You're invisible! And we got his robes. Just played DCUO and listen at the same time. Gotcha, gotcha. I know you said you were lurking, I just wanted to see you're still around and make sure that I wasn't just talking to nobody like a lunatic. You know, like usual. You are invisible in the users in chat thing. That happens with some people. Okay, so... Alright, we got disciples sorted out. That's good.
I don't know what it is, but you look different. It's hard to explain, but it's good to see.
Used Force stealth accidentally? Ah, gotcha, gotcha. It's hard to explain, but even with everything that's happening, I feel at peace.
It shows. It's kind of inspiring, to be honest. Anyway, just wanted to mention it. I think the others have noticed it too. All right? You seem pretty calm.
Oh, wait a minute, he was saying something different there. Almost streaming off you lot. I accidentally skipped it a little bit. I'm fine, in fact. I haven't felt this good in a long time. I thought I already had all this dialogue. Did I forget to talk to him? I could have swore I did this already.
Well, it's good to see. You're a nice counterbalance to that old witch back there.
Hatton doesn't got a lot to talk about. At least not till we go to Nar Shaddaa. Who's left? We haven't talked to Vizaz. We could start talking to Handmaid. Let's talk to Vizaz. We haven't talked to her since she popped onto the ship.
My life for yours.
Are you alright?
I am able to serve. If we enter battle, I will fight and die alongside you.
That's not what I asked. I asked if you were alright.
I have not heard that question in some time. My flesh is healed, if that's the answer you seek.
Hold on. I need to take a look at something real quick. Okay, good. Just checking something. I didn't mean to hurt you.
I know. And I fear that others will see the mercy in your actions. And in my survival. And use it as a weapon to do you greater harm.
How did you find me?
I felt you. Heard you through the Force. It was like a sound at the edge of hearing. And when I heard it, I found I could not ignore it.
Oh my god, the Holy Father of Human T3, Vizaz looks like a sultan. Yep, I got her some new robes. Who sent you?
I serve my master. I am an emissary, a scout. My master was aware of a disturbance in the Force, but was unaware of its nature, of you. The disturbance is not something one feels from a living thing. There is little my master does not know, and that you eluded his sight for so long is significant. But I do not know why.
I need to know where I can find your master.
You cannot. His vessel roams the borders of known space, and even I do not know where he travels. Until he calls for me. Even if I could lead you to my master, I cannot permit you to find him until you are ready.
Ready?
If I bring you before my master, untested, without your potential realized, then you will be lost to me, and I cannot allow that to happen. It would be as if one brought fire to a paradise valley, shattered a cavern of rare crystal, or blinded a painter.
My life is unimportant. Your master threatens more than just me.
I cannot. I will not. I would die first, and gladly, to preserve you, untouched, unharmed. Now that I have found you, I cannot sacrifice what I have found.
He is behind what has befallen the Jedi. He must be stopped.
You will meet my master. It is inevitable. I have seen it. And when you stand before him and realize what you face, you must be prepared. Until then, I must protect you, help you, until you are ready.
Why are you doing this for me?
There's a greatness in you. A greatness that does not stem from the Force. It stems from who you are. And if my master does not understand you, cannot see you, then perhaps there is hope for us all. But if you seek to survive, then you must understand why this is so.
Your master has trouble detecting me. How are you able to do it?
There is much I see my master cannot. I fear it is because of my nature, the nature of my race. My people spend their lives seeing the galaxy, the energy streaming off stars, the growth of life, all things touched by the Force.
I always did like the Miraluka. Ever since I decided to revisit the Old Republic, I've already planned on making several Miraluka characters. That is assuming I stick with the game long enough to play through every story, but with how long MMOs are, you know, I might get bored before I just complete one of them. Where are your people, your world now?
It is not a subject which I have spoken of since its destruction.
How was it destroyed?
The planet was not destroyed. It remains. It orbits, dead in space. But nothing lives on its surface. It echoes, but there's no one left to hear it.
Your homeworld was destroyed. How did you survive?
I am not certain I did. I was there when the planet died, to see everything around you extinguished. It was as if I was blinded. It was as if the Force had been bled from the world.
As if everything suddenly went silent.
I imagine there are worse deaths, worse pain. But if there are, I do not know them. I was the only living thing remaining on the planet of Qatar. And my life, my agony, was a flicker in the darkness that was the planet. All that I had been connected to had been severed.
You were the only survivor?
Yes, but it was not survival. I still wonder what would have happened if I had died with the others. If perhaps there would have been some way to hide my presence from the galaxy. If only I had not felt that pain, that loss, as strongly as I did. But it could not be done. When the life was bled from the planet, and yet somehow I remained. My master came for me. He walked upon the surface of my dead world, and there, lying in the bodies of my race, he took me for his own, and he made me see. And for the first time, I saw the galaxy, and I wished to die.
What did he make you see?
To this galaxy, my world, absent the currents and spectrums of the Force, was nothing but crude matter, rock, flesh, emptiness. He showed the flickering of life on other planets. The mass of beings that swarm through the empty places of the galaxy. To see such creatures, disconnected from themselves, their world, their place in it, unable to see the currents and how they affected everything around them.
Why did your master show you this?
He showed me to make me believe in his cause. He convinced me the galaxy, all life, must die. He fed upon its ugliness, its screaming, and in its place, he left silence. And where there was chaos, he brought stillness and order.
How did your master destroy your homeworld? A kill on such a scale is... I'd say it's impossible. Malachor 5 was... tell you otherwise.
It was not a thing done with machines or weapons. The Force is far more terrible, and it touches more lives than any machine can hope to slay. For everyone that feels the Force, strongly, deeply, each one feels and perceives it in their own way. You have strengths, whether you know it or not, and my master has his. His power is great, and it comes from hunger. He is a wound in the Force, more presence than flesh. And in his wake, life dies, sacrificing itself to his hunger. And those who feel the Force strongly are beacons to his hunger. My people, my planet, would have been attacked in time. It was inevitable. Yet we could do nothing about it.
You know, I just had a thought. I'm gonna look something up real quick. KOTOR 2. I just want to check a release date real quick. When did this game come out? 2004. Mask of the Betrayer. When did Mask of the Betrayer come out? 2007. Interesting. I was thinking about the parallels between her master and the plot of Mask of the Betrayer You know, both games made by Obsidian and written by the same guy. I wonder if he inspired that plot. That's a question I'd ask him if I ever met the guy. Why did your master destroy Qatar? I mean, we already know, but, you know, get her perspective.
The Jedi, the last council of the Jedi, came to our world to meet in secret. They hoped that perhaps among our people, they could achieve the clarity to see what was striking them from the darkness of the galaxy. They succeeded, but only in bringing him from the outer regions. And Qatar, with my kind, with the Jedi upon its surface, could no longer be ignored. And my people died, and the Jedi died, and there was no one left, only me.
He attacked it because a Jedi had gone there?
He cannot deny his hunger for long. And any gathering of Jedi is something he cannot long resist. And now that the Jedi are vanishing, I do not know what will happen. Perhaps he will grow strong enough to eradicate all life, merely with his presence.
Jedi from the friggin' movie eras wouldn't know what to do with fucking Sith from this era. Nihilus, Scion, Preya. I'm not saying the games are better than the movies, of course. Well, maybe not some of them. But the games do some more wild stuff than I feel the movies have ever really tried to do. But then again, the movies were always a lot more simple with their storytelling. And Obsidian does not do simple. Anyway, we got a wisdom check here. Or it may starve him. Make him more desperate.
I do not understand what you mean.
Just thinking out loud. Anyway, other questions.
I will answer what I can, but my answers may prove useless to you.
Was your master behind the destruction of Paragus?
My master did not cause the end of the planet you speak of. There are many factions within the Sith, all seeking to take what little remains in the wake of the Jedi Civil War. Where one moves, it is not always known to the others. But their purpose is the same. The death of all Jedi, everywhere. They believe you are the last of the Jedi, and their hatred of the Jedi unites them. All their eyes are upon you, and it is a terrible, quiet darkness that pursues you.
You know, I really haven't. It really has been a long time since I saw any of the, well, the older movies, the prequels or the original 3 movies. You know what? After the stream is over, I'm gonna go back and watch the original trilogy. It's been way, way too long. I bet my friend has them on his Plex. Yeah. You know what? It's been too long since I decided to rewatch some of those old movies. I'm gonna do it I'm gonna get them started today. When the stream is over, of course.
I will answer what I can.
I heard your species is blind. How are you able to see?
My people once had the power to perceive events, to see through the Force. That sight may manifest itself in many ways, and at times, I may affect the abilities of others to see as well.
You sound as if that sight is lost to you.
My sight has been damaged. What I have taught you, it is not the full extent of the perceptions of my people.
Azaz has the limited ability to see the Force. She has Force Sight in first-person mode and can also use it as a Force power by spending Force points.
My master, when he showed me my world, showed it to me as it is. It hurt. And since that moment, it has been difficult to perceive the Force as I once did. But after traveling with you, I feel that perhaps there was a gift in it, hidden beneath the pain.
When one endures, it gives hope to others and themselves.
Only when one suffers do certain truths become evident, both of the galaxy and of the self. And I feel you are an example of this.
How do you see through the Force?
If you wish to know, perhaps it is possible to show another what my people see, what I see. First, you must close your eyes. The surface of the ship, its sights, will only be a distraction. Now, in your mind, reach out. Listen for my breathing. Do not focus on the sound, but the life behind it. Imagine its energy, its texture, in tandem with the breathing. And then in your mind, step back from the image and see what remains. There. It is not as difficult as I thought. You learn quickly.
You have gained bonus force points and foresight. This will allow you to perceive the alignment of others and see through some obstacles to threats beyond.
It will take effort to maintain such sight, but you now have that power, and with it you can use it to see life around you in a different way, as I used to see it.
I'll try to remember to use that every once in a while. It's not necessarily that useful.
Forgive me, but before you go, I must ask. Why do you do this? Why do you seek to help me? Teach me.
Because I believe you can be saved.
You must not do this. I cannot allow you to weaken yourself for me.
Help another is not weakness. It is strength to them both.
So you say. But it is not something I have observed or seen.
What do you mean?
I remember little of my homeworld before I entered my master's.
Alright, she's just looping back into that. Alright, we're done.
Very well. Perhaps we shall speak more of this at another time. But know this. I cannot allow you to weaken yourself for me.
Some of her dialogue just loops back into talking about her homeworld. How long have I been streaming? 3.5 hours. I got another hour in me. I was thinking we might at least get to Onderon, but with all the talking we've been doing, that might end up happening. We might get to Onderon and then have to cut the stream, but yeah, still got an hour to go. I mean, with doing most of the talking now means that things will move a little bit quicker between planets. Because people tend to not develop new things to talk about after you exhaust most of their options. Anyway, it is handmaiden time. It is handmaiden o'clock. I can't spell o'clock. Damn it.
Yes?
Can you teach me some fighting moves?
Training is something reserved for certain caste members of the Echani, but I do not see the harm in instructing you in some basic principles. I do not understand how you and Atris fight, but I will instruct you on how Echani children are raised on warfare.
Yeah, that seems as good a place as any to begin.
All Echani fighting principles rely on foundations. If one does not understand the most basic of fighting moves, it is not possible to understand the higher tiers. It is similar to learning the alphabet of a language before being able to use words, then sentences.
Force is strong with this one? Which one? There's a lot of people strong in the Force on this ship. Alright, I understand. I am ready.
As a foundation, I will instruct you in our elementary movements. The body itself is the first weapon you must master. It is not something that can be described. Let us duel, you and I, and that shall teach you more than my words can. Use only your hands and feet to strike at me, nothing else, or our combat shall be over. Do not resort to using any items or any force techniques you may possess. Such things will obstruct learning.
Does that include no armor? Or clothes?
Duels among the Echani are rituals, and it does not allow for armor or anything that restricts movement.
And with the stream 3 hours and still streaming? For a while I was just doing 3-hour streams when I was streaming at 1080p, but with my upload speed being American and thus dog shit, the file sizes were getting a little too big and the uploads to YouTube were taking too long, so that's why I stream up to like 800, though I might bump that up to 900, so... Part of the benefit of that is I can stream longer and not worry about the file size getting too big. It also helps that I have a fair amount of free time on my hands. Alright, just checking, it's a little cold on this ship.
Now, are you ready?
Yeah. No force powers, weapons, or items. Got it.
Very well. I shall match my movements to resist your efforts. And do not hold back, or I will hurt you.
Flurry time. What? She activated her shield. What are you doing? Don't waste a charge. I thought we weren't supposed to use items, you cheater.
You fought well indeed. You have caught the principles of the style by watching and anticipating my movements before you go. There is something I must know. Why did you go back? Face trial.
What's a good, appropriate response here? Because I felt they deserved an explanation. Maybe I had to hear me defend myself, just to be certain. Or, I guess I thought they could help me.
I see. It was always something I was curious about. To walk to one's own sentence willingly. It's a brave thing.
Buddy, wasting your shields? Take that off. Also, we did well in the first duel. But for the purposes of our training... Well, hang on, let me put my robes back on for a second, because there's something else we could talk to her about.
Yes?
You think you could put some clothes on?
I fail to understand the problem. I had heard the Coreward systems had customs concerning modesty, but when training, such customs are not practical or efficient.
I disagree. In fact, if you don't train while encumbered, you're crippling yourself. Also, if you run around in your lingerie for too long, YouTube might strike one of my videos, and we don't want that. What is this YouTube you speak of? I have never heard of this group.
I can see no fault in your reasoning. I do have bulkier clothes. Will this do?
Robes. Those look like Jedi robes.
They suffice for training purposes. They belong to my mother.
Who was she?
She was the one my father followed to war. She was a Jedi. These are her robes. I have not worn them since they came into my possession. They are the only thing of her that I possess.
Sorry for your loss.
I think you misunderstand. I have no feelings concerning her at all. There is only curiosity. I never knew her. There is no absence of presence when there was nothing there to begin with. I miss only that I never knew her at all, and what it was about her that caused my father to follow her to war.
Thought I might have gained some influence there as well. Or maybe I need to say a different thing. Well, that's why you make your saves.
Yes?
How about you teach me some more moves?
Very well. I think you are ready for the next tier of instruction. For this we will keep the etiquette of the last duel, but we shall add any melee weapon you choose to the ritual, with the exception of the Jedi weapon, the saber. Vibroblade, Bothan stun stick, force pike, whatever you wish. But no items, no force techniques.
Alright. No. Any melee weapon, no lightsaber, items, force powers, got it.
Then let us begin. And again, do not hold back.
And she
I
can...
will not.
She throws off her clothes pretty quick. That is a very practiced disrobing. Do I have any good weapons I can use? Rhodian Deathblade. Attribute damage, but it's not a very strong weapon. Ow. Yeah, I think we do better unarmed than with that sword. Yeah, that's better.
This will teach you.
Ah.
You fought well, but you announce your motions before attacking, sometimes quite loudly. Take as long as you need to recover, and if you wish, we shall fight again.
I'd like to try again.
Very well. Let us duel again. Very well. I think you are ready for the next tier of instruction. For this, we will keep the etiquette of fight.
Very well, well, well. Yes, 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 we got it. Yeah, the biggest mistake I made there was equipping that melee weapon at all. Attribute damage is not helpful here. Alright, flurry. Whoop. Do the spin. Yeah. There you go.
You fought well indeed. You have caught the principles of the style by watching and anticipating my movements.
We can probably handle the last sparring, but before we do, I'm gonna chat up Creo first. She's probably got some fun stuff to teach us. Then we'll do the final lesson with Handmaiden.
You have befriended the seer.
Miraluka? Why do you call her a seer?
Her species does not see as we do. They perceive the galaxy through the Force, and it is how she found you. It is a rare gift squandered on her people. The Sith carry the battle to you, and you spare them. And as we travel, the empty places of this ship are filled. I hope your thoughts in this matter are clear. If you take her on as a servant, know that the Sith meet their end at the hands of their apprentices. It is not something I would wish to happen to you. This one you have saved has other masters. Though blind, she has ties to darkness. Her presence here is a threat to us, to you. Do not underestimate her or her loyalty.
Ties to our master, perhaps. And I intend to follow that bond to its source when the opportunity presents itself.
Then you are learning.
Atten said her planet was wiped out, and it was the only colony of her people in this sector of the galaxy. I always misconstrued that as it being their only planet, but it's the only colony of their people in this sector. I always misconstrued that. I know better these days.
Did he? And what do you make of that?
Well, if her people all see through the Force, then maybe somebody wanted to blind them.
The Mandalorians were right to respect you on the field of battle. The Jedi are gone, vanished. Now, an entire planet of Force sensitives wiped clean of life. And now this slice of the galaxy is blind. It is no coincidence. The two events are tied.
Someone wants this sector of the galaxy blind to the Force, so they can move freely or strike without warning.
I fear you are right. And I fear it may prove more than that. War is a hunger, and there are spirits in the galaxy whose hunger is never satisfied. But there is little to be done about it now. Watch the seer carefully. She may reveal more.
I had other questions.
Ask, and I will answer.
Do you know what happened to T3? We kind of found him in a smoldering wreck an hour ago.
Betrayal, and by a machine that I will not abide. Machines. Always did Revan use them to inflict his will on the galaxy, whether in war or in assassination. His passion for such tools, for things dead to the Force, defies me. He would have loved a human droid such as you, dead to the Force. A shell that would carry out his orders. It is no matter. It is a device, and now it is broken.
Yeah, well, I fixed him. And I would appreciate that you don't bully my T3. He's a good boy. He doesn't deserve it. Thought I noticed something weird about the bed, but I think it was just my eyes playing tricks on me.
You are spending time with the servant of Atris.
I'm surprised you know so much when you never leave this room.
I knew her mother. She was a Jedi Knight, a master, named Aaron Kai. Jedi are forbidden to have children, and when the crime finally came to light almost a decade later, Kai was exiled. She joined the Mandalorian Wars after the shame of her birth was revealed.
How do you know that? The handmaiden told me not to speak of it.
Revan welcomed her, and she was said to be a skilled warrior, beautiful and strong in the Force. The Force flows strongly in the blood of those born from Force sensitives. I doubt that Aaron was any different. If the servant of Atris is of her blood, then the potential lies within her. If you train her, if you teach her the ways of the Jedi, you will be asking her to break her oath to Atris. It would be best not to train her, and let the bloodline die with Telos.
You said teach her the ways of the Jedi. Curious choice of words.
Ah, that was an interesting choice of words indeed. She has sworn not to follow the path of the Jedi by her oath, but even that oath is limited. One does not need to be Jedi to learn the ways of the Force. I suspect it cares little for our codes and philosophies.
Are you proposing teaching her the ways of the Sith?
I propose nothing except what you choose to read into my words. But no, I would not advocate such teachings either. I am only saying that she has sworn not to follow the teachings of the Jedi, and that is a curious distinction in her oath. But we were speaking of the servant of Atris. I would caution you to be careful of your interaction with her. She is not as tempered as you.
But shouldn't she know of her heritage?
Should she? By whose judgment should such truths be revealed? I do not have such arrogant presumptions. The Jedi separate children from their parents as they did you. It is because family exerts a powerful influence on one's development. I am merely saying that revealing such things can have profound consequences, nothing more.
I am aware of the very fun theory that the fans have that say that Kreia is actually RNK. It was never strictly confirmed, but there is a lot about the two names that line up that people notice. And even Chris Avallone liked what people were implying, though again, he didn't confirm it. Then make her the mother of Handmaiden? Exactly. It's a fun little theory. How could I train her?
You must train yourself first. The time will reveal itself. Yet if you persist as you have, building her trust, then you will be training her, whether you know it or not, until the choice is hers, not yours. Before you go, a word of caution. Spend time with her if you must, but recognize where your true loyalties lie, to the galaxy and yourself.
My feelings for her are none of your concern. Also, the Jedi have no such attachments.
Ah, so then perhaps I was mistaken in my judgment. Never have you wondered what it would mean in the Ichani rituals if the two of you sparred and fought, and you won, completely and utterly? If perhaps she would give in, surrender herself to you, few are the thoughts that can hide in the shadows of your mind. Exile. And such passions are not strength, but erosion.
I never felt anything like that.
No? Then perhaps I was simply mistaken. Very well. I shall keep such judgments to myself. You have grown strong in the Force. I can feel its touch upon you. Do not let the higher mysteries blind you to others. Turning away from that which tempts you or causes you fear is not strength. Facing it is. I have seen you display many acts of mercy, charity in our journey. Why?
That is instinct to me, to do what is right.
Even if it weakens those you help, even if it robs them of the strength needed to grow, you have been chased, hounded since our first meeting, and it has only made you stronger, more capable.
Fail to see how small acts of mercy can be harmful.
Ah, then you have learnt nothing. From such small things, from such critical points, the universe and its masses may be moved. That is why you must be careful in all that you do, and in every choice you make. Aiding them gives you strength by taking on their challenges, but weakens them. If that is your choice, then use their dependency, feed upon it, until you have exhausted them. Then leave them. And I would view the ones you travel with much the same way.
Then I shall view you as disposable, then.
Ah, now you are learning. Do you know why those we meet display such weakness? As I said, their lives are static, untested. It is only through interaction, through decision and choice, through confrontation, physical or mental, that the Force can grow within you. You have seen it. You have felt it within you as you have traveled with me. The growing anger, the rage, and the power it brings. Yet the power does not build without such struggle. Through small cruelties, greater ones are born.
Yeah. We're still swimming in lightness. We can afford a little dark point, if it means we get a little bit more influence with Kreia.
Yes? Have you come with questions?
You know, I never talked to her about making a lightsaber before I made a lightsaber, so I...
Then ask, and I will do my best to answer.
We never got to do the lightsaber talk because I didn't talk to her before now about it. Too bad. Anyway, let's complete Handmaid's training. Then we'll talk to Kreia a little bit more. She does have a lot to say. Or I might save that for later. We've already done a fair amount of talking.
Yes?
Can you teach me some fighting moves?
I think you are ready for the final tier I wish to teach. You have made much progress. For this, you may use any melee weapon and any shields you possess. But nothing else. No Jedi saber, and no other items.
Alright, shields, melee weapons, no lightsaber, no force, no other items. Got it.
We shall begin this final lesson then.
Commence! Yeah, we got this. We got this. Yeah.
Atris was correct about you. You know war, its motions and currents. There is nothing more I can teach you.
You seem to be anticipating my attacks.
It is the way of the Ichani to be able to read their opponents, to know where an opponent is going to strike before it connects, anticipate it, and then strike against them. Ichani battles are fought several minutes in advance. In many ways, it is much like the game of Dejarik, played in the core systems. The most advanced among the Ichani are able to predict the course of battles by months, and the most revered are said to be able to predict the path of wars. Only Revan ever demonstrated such skill in war, and even as he slaughtered us, the Ichani still respected him.
Can you teach me to do this?
You are already doing it.
What do you mean?
If you do not know you are doing it, then training will make you a dangerous opponent indeed. Come, as we fight more, I will teach you. Do not think about predicting my movements. React instinctively. You are doing better. At first, I was afraid that your awareness of your own ability might ruin it, but that is not the case. You learn quickly. Perhaps it is your connection to the Force that allows such things, but I do not think so. Now you fight as an Echani warrior fights, always in the future.
You have gained battle precognition. It'll allow you to add your wisdom bonus to your defense in combat. And we are going to have a very high wisdom bonus before the end of this, thus our defense will be insane. In fact, our wisdom is already kinda high, so even without clothes we have a defense of 27. Well, our wisdom isn't that high yet, but it will get higher over time.
Yes?
Can you teach me more fighting moves?
There is nothing more I can teach you.
And maybe I can teach you some things.
I have already learned much of your styles and combat. There is no need to know more.
What's the problem?
Combat among the Echani is a personal thing. Repeated duels are not what they are in other cultures, and I would rather that this not become more than it is. And I have taken an oath to Atris against studying from a Jedi, or anything of the Jedi teachings.
But do you want to learn?
What I desire is of no importance. My father broke his oaths. He shamed us all. I do not wish to follow his path. I swore not to follow his path. If I were to follow a Jedi against Atris's wishes, then I would be betraying her for you.
I have fought beside you. You know me as well as you know Atris. What do you want? And we got plenty of good options we can take this here. They all get the same response, of course, but you want to pick the one that sounds the best, you know? It's nice to have choices. And how I lament that so many games do not have proper dialogue selection like this. I fucking despise dialogue wheels. They're one of the worst design changes that have ever happened to video games in the last 10 years. Ugh. If I am lost, then all I know, all I can teach will be lost. I wish someone to know what I have learned.
This is a difficult thing for me to say, but I ask that you be silent as I tell you this. It is my desire to learn from you what you can teach me of battle. I have already learned much in our duels, but with every battle, I wish to know more of you. Your stance, your movements, I can sense shades of meaning and an echo of something I have yet to experience. Atris said that you were the only Jedi to have survived the Mandalorian Wars, that you had stared into the heart of war, and only turned away because you were forced to. I do not believe her. I believe that you made a choice, as my father did, and that is important to me, more than you know. And you are important to me more than you know. I will accept whatever you wish to teach me, though it breaks my oath to Atris.
I wanted to talk to you about your mother.
What of her? As I said, I knew little about her.
Did you know she was a Jedi Knight?
This is already known to me. Why are you telling me this?
Because the Force runs strong through bloodlines, and you could learn to use it to help others.
I think I have always known this. It has always been in my thoughts. As I followed Atris, perhaps what I wished to follow was the call of my bloodline, of my mother. I have felt incomplete, hollow since her loss at Malachor 5. And with your help, perhaps this wound might be healed.
And so it ends.
I want you to teach me the ways of the Force, to become a Jedi Knight like my mother.
Not like 10 minutes ago, Cray was like, don't you train her. I'm like, I'm gonna do it. Don't you do it. I did it. I will not train you as a Jedi, but only in the ways of the Force.
That is all I wish. I want to feel what my mother felt for my father, What ran through my mother's veins when she was one with the Force. I wish to hear what my mother heard as she fought the Mandalorians until the moment she died on Malachor 5.
Then know this. You have the makings of a Jedi Guardian within you, and it is time I showed you that path.
I will not let you down, Exile. I will honor you as I honor the face of my mother.
The Handmaiden has taken her first steps on the path of the Jedi Guardian. Huzzah.
Betrayal.
Meanwhile, somewhere else, very far away and very frozen,
Betrayal.
Betrayal?
Mistress?
She has betrayed me. The last of your sisters has betrayed me. Betrayed us. She is your sister no more. She does not travel with the exile. Instead, she has chosen to walk the path of the Jedi.
Mistress, forgive us, but are you certain? She would not forsake her oath so lightly.
It is the truth, and it is done. Do you doubt me?
No, mistress. It is you who saved the Jedi upon Dantooine, who have collected their knowledge and hid it here to protect it.
But why? How did she fall? It is a sign of the exiles' corruption, and perhaps hers as well. She will train her, and she will be flawed.
Rhea's got some serious force chops to be able to send a message that far to someone she's not bonded with.
What do you mean, Pazak? What, again? This is Ronto Scrag. What house rule says I have to go first? Yeah, well, I'm still not convinced you aren't cheating.
Warning, if you draw another ±1 card, I will enact assassination protocols.
This droid is cleaning me out.
What are you playing?
Pazak. Well, I'm playing. It's cheating. Whatever, cheater.
For all of his complaints, he keeps playing Skype with him.
Statement. My memory core has suffered some damage. Statement. Yet somehow, a gap in my circuits makes me feel as if I should remember you. Statement. This is all the more important since during my routine inspection of all potential escape routes from this vessel, I made an interesting discovery. Observation. The navicomputer is voice-locked. As a consequence, you are now responsible for course corrections and astrogation. Statement. That is indeed a great burden. It also raises many questions. Query. Why would someone lock the navigation?
Gonna go rating?
Answer. Presumably
Thanks for stopping by, Neox. I hope to see you in future streams.
I believe you've been somewhere. Somewhere you wish to keep hidden.
Oh, looks like HK is taking a nap too. Rating pillow a blanket for the dream dungeon. Okay, going to sleep. Yeah. Like I said, thank you for stopping by. I'll probably... What happened to HK's photoreceptors? They went out. He's unlit. I could either scrounge up some more dialogue with Freya. And thank you very much. Have a good sleep. There's still more talking I can do with Kreia. Or I can save a bit of that for later. You know what? I think here's what I'm gonna do. I could go for a little longer, but now seems as good a time as any to stop. But first, I am going to take us to the next stage of our journey. Actually, no, I'm gonna hop outside, mess with people's levels, then we'll at least go to take the first step over to Duxon. Who do we got here? Discipler. Let's grab him here. I'm worried that reinstalling Party Swap like I did might have messed with some of the mods. I might want to reinstall other things just to be sure.
I am listening.
You know what? Nah, I'm not gonna stop just yet. I could go for like another 10-15 minutes, get a few more things done. Alright, now that he's a counselor, we should start getting his wisdom up. Go. And then there's the handmaiden. I'm gonna give her, like, a little wisdom buff, too. Sure, she's a guardian, but she can learn some force powers. Teach her throw lightsaber. And how's about... How about burst of speed? Here's the disciples' padded robes. Also, we got an extra pair of the handmaiden's robe, which is a little tiny bit of a bug. Doesn't need those anymore, and she does not need that anymore. I don't have the color of crystal that I wanted to give her. I don't have a silver on hand for her. So I'm gonna hold off on her lightsaber construction.
Something you need of me?
I'm gonna hold off on giving her a lightsaber until she can get the color that she needs. Which is fine, because she does just well enough without having a lightsaber. She can punch just fine. As for Disciple... As for him... I'm either going to give him green or Viridian. Yeah, you know what? This'll be the last thing we do today. We're gonna get some of our students some lightsabers, and we'll call it a day. We'll go to Onderon at the start of the next stream.
I don't understand why you won't let me take
we're talking.
Statement. I've had quite enough tampering at the hands of unskilled meatbags such as yourself. I'm not eager to submit to this treatment now or in the future.
Unskilled meatbag? I'll show you unskilled.
Appeasement. I did not mean to imply that you were an unskilled meatbag, as incapable of performing rudimentary repairs as holding a hydrospanner. It is only that I am quite particular with my repairs. Perhaps when I am more confident in your abilities, I will allow you to examine my internal components.
Alright, Beodur.
Yes, General?
Now that you are learning the ways of the Force, you should construct a lightsaber.
Alright.
I know how capable you are for this task, so I'll leave you to it.
This won't take long.
You will now create the Liberator lightsaber. You shall have a... Yeah, we got bronze, viridian, orange, purple, yellow, green, red, and blue. We shall give him the blue. Hopefully we'll find a silver at some point sooner rather than later.
I could have done this in my sleep.
Excellent work, Beodur. May the Force guide you. Give that to him when we head out. If I give it to him now, he might start wasting shield charges. Again, not that it matters. I almost never use shields, but... you know. Disciple, it is now your turn.
Yes? Is something wrong?
Now that you're learning the ways of the Force, I think it's time you constructed a lightsaber. As you know, it's always been customary for a Padawan to construct their first lightsaber as part of their training.
I think you are right. It is time.
Did you learn anything about lightsaber construction during your time with the Jedi?
I know some of what you speak.
That line was a little louder than normal. Alright, the Force will guide you through the rest.
Very well. Let us see what we can make from the materials at hand.
See Beodur before you begin. He should have all the materials you need.
Of course. It would be my pleasure.
You will now construct the Emissary Saber Staff. You shall use Viridian. I don't know why the mod maker felt the need to show the camera of them walking to the workbench and back. It doesn't do that for some people, but only because some of them in particular could get stuck.
It is done.
Which is why you didn't show the camera have him walking over. But for other people, it's kind of annoying that you have to wait. Fine lightsaber indeed. May the Force guide your hand. Okay. Now, we don't have the color we want for Handmaiden, so we could always have her make one now and then have her make another one later, but we shall wait and let her punch things more.
Yes? Have you come with questions?
I must urge you to construct another lightsaber. Realize the difficulty you must face with the loss of your hand, but I believe it will be of much use.
Very well.
See, look at this. She's on the other end of the ship. Why did they feel the need to show her walking all the way over when we know that it's possible to have them just teleport over to the workbench? This is an unnecessary and flagrant use of my time, says the man who spends several hours every other day streaming because he has nothing better to do with his time. Shut up, don't look at me, don't look at me! You shall construct the Hikari lightsaber. Green. She started with a green one in the beginning. Both of the saber mods I knew had her start with a green lightsaber, so we'll just keep her with the green. Now it's going to show her doing meditations and occasionally standing up, then sitting down again. And doing it again for some reason. It didn't show her walking all the way back. Why show her walking there and then... I don't know. That's a very well-made lightsaber, and a very different design from your last one.
It is adequate.
Alright, there is just one last person to get a lightsaber in the hands of. time you constructed a new lightsaber.
I will do as you ask.
Thank you, Vazaz. Please begin.
I shall see it through.
What was that hiss? Was that because of the camera change? You should see our friend Beodur for any parts. He'll know what you need. Jeez, I spent half of this particular stream, like, I did the Dantooine bit in like 2 hours thereabouts, and then I did another hour, 2.5 hours just chatting people up. Zaz will construct the Omen lightsaber. It shall be yellow. Yes, yellow. You can't the SLM mod doesn't include any short lightsabers. And now it's gonna show this weird standing up and sitting down thing again. Right, you done wasting my time? Get in here. Get the hell in here. It's time to end the stream. You gotta come and tell me you completed a lightsaber. Hey, I don't know why I'm talking like this. Hey, good Vazaz. I'm sure it will be in much use. I don't know why I'm talking like this. I think it is definitely time to end the stream. You know, I know a few other lightsaber designs. Maybe I can make another one for her. Alright, the spare one I had was a double. I was gonna give her a red offhand saber. She'll be our dual-wielding saberist. But you know what? I think that's it for today. I thought we were gonna at least get Onderon started to end off the stream, and I still could. But we'll leave it there, and we'll start with going to Onderon. Next time. Next time, indeed. Got a lot done today. Beodur's training, which means I don't have to worry about his influence anymore. We can focus for the foreseeable future on depleting our influence with HK so we can unlock all the fun dialogue that everyone's favorite assassin droid has to offer. And we'll get to go to one of my favorite planets in the game. I greatly enjoy Onderon. I enjoy it quite a bit. And you'll see that when we get there. And I had a new viewer and a new follower today, which is always nice. He just went to bed. Yeah. Thanks for watching. Hope that people who see this in the future also enjoy watching it. Streaming's a lot of fun. Hope everyone's safe. Hope everyone's as happy as they can be with how shit things have been. You know, we all just gotta power through it. And do what we can. Yeah. Until next time, take care. Stream over.